Yes.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
will wait. Okay.
Yeah. Would you mind to kindly wait?
Okay.
Yeah. I will help for people to enter to your room.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So yesterday it's very easy for me to enter room A, room B, or room C. But today I couldn't find that entry.
Yeah, I'm looking for people who'd like to go to room C. Kenapa?
Recording in progress.
For the
Recording in
participant, you can
progress.
rename your name to room underscore option room underscore name, and then the committee will help you to assign.
Rima, ini kita dipindah-pindahin terus ya?
Pada Bapak Ibu yang akan masuk ke breakout room bisa mengganti namanya menjadi room underscore pilihan roomnya underscore namanya, sehingga nanti panitia akan membantu untuk memasukkan Bapak Ibu langsung ke ruangan yang dipilihnya. Rename-nya langsung di namanya ya.
Mbak, tadi room B sudah ada 10 orang, 12 orang. Setelah itu otomatis balik lagi ke main room. Sekarang
Iya,
juga
Pak.
balik lagi ke main room.
Iya Pak, sebentar ada technical issue di sini.
Jalannya sendiri, jam juga nggak urus, nggak urus. Jalan kemana, datang, ini gimana?
Recording in progress.
What do you do? I don't know what time. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this room and for your patience. So I will start this morning session, and the first speaker, the invited speaker, Mr. Yogi, he will present his research at the end. So I will move first the first speaker. So the moderator. So I know. Oh, the moderator, the operator. Could you please? Yeah. Play the pre-recorded video of mine. Sorry, I before play the pre-recorded video, I will have a brief introduction of myself. So I received my PhD degree in Nagoya University, Japan in 2012, majoring in the environmental engineering. And now I'm an associate professor in Zhejiang University. And my research interest mainly lies in the bioremediation. So that is the microbiodegradation of organic pollutants, such as the petroleum hydrocarbon pollutants, the persistent organic pollutants. And my presentation today is entitled as the reductive dehydrogenation of halogenated organic pollutants by marine microbiota. So, okay, so as my video is the committee couldn't find my video, so I will present my research lively. So okay, so my research is the reductive. My presentation today is about the reductive dehydrogenation of halogenated organic pollutants by the marine microbiota. So I will introduce what is the halogenated aromatic pollutant. Halogenated aromatic pollutants, they are typified by polychlorinated biphenols, polybrominated biphenols ethers, and chlorinated phenols. They are industrial compounds or byproducts which have been widely used in the environment and in chemical waste dump sites. They are also a very important group of persistent organic pollutants. and they are widely used as biocides, food preservatives, flame retardants, fire suppressants, surfactants, and so on. So, as a group of persistent organic compounds, they are chemically stable and lipid soluble, and they are also high toxic and carcinogenic. And because of their persistence, they tend to bioaccumulate in the food chain and cause harmful and pose potential harm to the human health. So, until now, many remediation technologies have been applied to decontaminate the halogenated organic pollutants from the environment, such as the soil vapor extraction, the thermal degradation, the chemical enhanced remediation, air and hydrogen sparging, pump and treat, solidification, and bioremediation. And among them, bioremediation is a preferred technology to degrade the contaminants. Although it takes time, it proves successful. It also needs low cost and environmental friendly. And for the removal of for the transformation of halogenated organic compounds, microbioreductive dehalogenation is regarded as one of the most important routes for the environmental transformation. Yes, this is the microbioreductive dehalogenation. So what is the microbioreductive dehalogenation? This process is anaerobic respiration. It's processed anaerobically. So the microbioreductive dehalogenation is a process via which the halogens, the chlorine, the bromide, the fluorine were removed from the halogenated organic compounds, and this is considered as the first step in the environmental transformation of the chlorinated compounds. So here I show an example of the reductive dechlorination. So we say here is the chlorine, right? So during the reductive dechlorination, this chlorine was removed and it was replaced with a hydrogen atom. So in this way, it was the tetrachlorophene was produced, and then the other chlorine was the chlorines removed one by one, and the final product will be phenol. Of all the chlorines were removed and with the production of phenol. And for phenol is more easily to be degraded by the aerobic microbes. Let's for accumulating evidence suggested that the marine sediment from the coastal areas, they exhibit high potential to reductively dehalogenate organic pollutants. So we collected sediments from the East China Sea, collected from different sites, sites A, P, F, E, S. We collected sediments from different sites and trying to enrich the dechlorinating catalyst. And we used the PCB, the alpha 1 and 12 was the substrate for the dechlorination. And after all this, so after several months of incubation, so you see, the catalyst enriched from the site E, the sediments collected from site E. It shows the best dechlorination activity. So you see, this is the abiotic control. It was dominated with the highly chlorinated compounds. And after 4 months, the catalyst enriched from site C. The highly chlorinated PCBs were dechlorinated to lowerly chlorinated compounds. And for others, the results are that the activity was much lower. So you see, the microcosm set up from site P possess a faster and more stable decolonization activity. And the further study shows that these cultures, we try to obtain the acid-free culture E, and this sediment-free culture E, it shows a broad decolonization activity for PCBs, PVDE, PVPA, TCP, and PCE. So it has a very broad decolonization spectrum. And this is the metabolite, the decombination pathway of all these different chlorinated compounds. And because this chemistry it shows very good, very excellent activity, so we try to look at the microbiocommunity. So we carried out the parallel sequencing based on the 16S ribosome RNA gene, and these results show the multiple reported chlorinated populations. So the genus colored in red, these are very commonly reported decolonators. So you see multiple reported decolonators which were detected through the 16S ribosome RNA gene analysis in the initial PCB decolonating sediments. And to further identify the bacteria responsible for the observed dehydrogenation of the disperse organohalide pollutants in the marine cultures, the quantitative qPCR was performed, and the results shows that the dihydrocolloids grow with the dehydrogenation of PCE, PCB, PCDs, TPA, and TCP in all the enriched marine cultures, and the abundance of non-PCE and PCB by functional reductive like reductive dehydrogenase. Has not reported yet. So we consider that there might be new functional gene bacteria in this culture. So we try to explore other possible functional bacteria in the enriched culture E, and after continuous transfer with 2,4-C TCP as substrate for more than 1 year. The PCB-A4 and PCB-A5 light genes are undetectable in the cultures. We try and for this culture enriched with TCP with trichlorophenol, with this culture enriched with trichlorophenol, we found that this bacteria was highly enriched with in cultures with decolonization. So this colored in red. So this sulfate bacteria accounted for almost 60%, 46% in these active cultures, and in these cultures without activity, this genus was not detected. And then we considered, we tried the metagenomic shotgun sequencing and this hidden macro model search to further explore the functional bacteria. So you see, this some database is a large collection of protein families, each represented by multiple sequence alignments and hidden macro models. So and after this searching, and we show that two new reductive dehydrogenase encoding genes, these two genes were found in the genome of the bacteria. So this may be the new functional reductive dehydrogenase. So
abi sakit tak aja mida. Udah kan udah.
Okay, so further we will try to obtain the pure culture to verify the dehydrogenation activity and the corresponding reductive dehydrogenase. And the whole genomic sequencing reveals the possible multi. Okay, so in conclusion, diverse or organohalide proteins were enriched by, also all these pollutants can be reductively chlorinated by marine microbiota from geographically distant locations. And the real-time quantitative qPCR analysis shows that the bifunctional reductive dehydrogenase PCB-A4 and the PCB-A5 were intensively expressed in these cultures. And a new enriched dechlorinating population, this new bacteria, this new genus, with two new reductive dehydrogenase encoding genes were detected in these 246 tricologeno enriched cultures, and we still need further verification. And our findings expanded the dehydrogenation capacity of organohalide pollutants by marine microbiotas and contributed to the better understanding of the fate of other pollutants. Okay. Okay, so that's all for my presentation, and at the end I want to briefly introduce my research interests. So aside from the microbiome reductive dehydrogenation, as I have mentioned, as I have talked, I also working on the microplastics. I'm working on the distribution, the biofilm formation, as well as the bioavailability of microplastics. And I also working on the biosurfactant production by bacteria and the concomitant degradation of petroleum hydrocarbon pollutants. And I also working on the microbiome of nitrogen, mainly on the anaerobic oxidation of methane from the cold steppe region. Okay, thank you for your attention. And so yeah, we have 5 minutes for the questions. And I don't know how to come back to the main screen. Okay, thank you. Okay, so do you have any questions? So as we are waiting for the questions, I will briefly have explain the halogenated organic pollutants. Okay, so halogenated organic pollutants, they are mainly chemically synthesized, and they are persistent organic pollutants, right? So they are persistent is because of the presence of the chlorine, the bromide, the fluorine. So yes, because of this, the presence of these halogens is very difficult to be secreted by the aerobic microorganisms. So we need to reduce this. We need to remove these colorants reductive in the anaerobic conditions. So that's why we need to carry out the microbiome reductive dehalogenation. So once these halogens was removed, they can be easily degraded by the usual microorganisms. So if you have any questions, you can type in the chat box, or you can raise your hand. And also for the dehalogenators, because it's very so please you can.
Okay, can you hear me, Prof?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, in your presentation, you have mentioned that 2 new reductive dehalogenase was found through shotgun sequence, right?
Yes.
And then have you verified it?
Yeah, not yet. We're still working on the manual genomic sequencing. We need to begin it with, and at the meantime, we're also working on the isolation. And for the decoronators, because it's strictly anaerobic, it's very difficult to isolate the QC, and we're still working on it. But it has very high possibility that these are new dehalogenases.
Oh, okay. Thanks for your answer.
Okay, thank you. So okay, so as time is limited, we will move to the next. We will move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Didi. Didi is from Zhejiang University. Actually, Didi is a doctoral student of mine, and her presentation title is Improved Degradation of Petroleum Hydrocarbons by co-factor of fungi and by surfactant producing bacteria. So Didi, are you ready? Okay.
Prof, please, am I presenting, or are going to play the recorded video?
Yeah, I think there is a pre-recorded video. So the operator, have you found the video?
Hello, everyone. My name is Edith Atapa. I'm a student of Zhejiang University. My research area is on microbial remediation of petroleum pollutants. Today, I'll be presenting my work on improved degradation of petroleum hydrocarbons by co-culture of fungi and biosurfactant producing bacteria. But before I get to it, I'd like to introduce what bioremediation is all about. So basically, bioremediation is the use of microorganisms to degrade harmful wastes in the environment and convert them into less toxic or non-toxic forms. And then this is how bioremediation works. When microorganisms come in contact with petroleum waste, they utilize it as their carbon source by oxidizing it, and then they give up this end product. So there are three basic components for successful bioremediation. There are so many components, but these are the three most common components. So the first one is biostimulation. Biostimulation is the introduction of nutrients into an environment to stimulate indigenous microorganisms already existing there, just to enhance their metabolic capacities for successful degradation. On the other hand, bioaugmentation is when specifically selected microorganism is introduced into an environment to assist indigenous microbes for a better performance. And the next component is the use of biosurfactants. Biosurfactants are produced by most microorganisms. What they do is they solubilize the hydrophobic substrate, because most pollutants are hydrophobic. So these biomolecules solubilize them and make them more available for microorganisms to degrade. Now, in a bioremediation process, either one or two or all three of these components can be utilized. So the objective of this study was to investigate the effect of combining a biosurfactant producer and a fungi in a defined cool culture for crude oil degradation. Also, several mechanisms involved in this process was also explored. Materials and methods. The bacteria used here was previously isolated by a member of our lab, and it was already the work has been published. This bacteria has proven to be very effective in degradation of petroleum pollutants, and it was identified as Acinetobacter species. The fungi, on the other hand, was isolated from a sediment, a contaminated sediment, and then to determine if it can degrade petroleum substrates, a 2,6 DCPI test was carried out using 9 substrates already, and the test period was for 96 hours. Now, for the main degradation experiment involving both strengths, 4 treatments were prepared. This is for bacteria, which is the Y2 only. The Y2 is for bacteria only. The SC is for fungi, and this is for the co-culture. The defined ratio was 1:1 ratio. Then the control. This is the contents of the microcosm. 1% crude oil and Bushnell and Haas medium, 20 mils. Then the incubation period was for 7 days. Analysis of TPH was determined gravimetrically, while the N-alkanes and the PAH were analyzed using the GCMS. Analytical methods include drop collapse, surface tension, scanning electron microscopy, then the cell surface hydrophobicity, for which 6 treatments were prepared using the microbial suspension at different concentrations of crude oil and determined using this formula. Other analytical methods include the fluorescence diacetate hydrolysis activity, which is a measure of the microbial activity in the treatment. Then the functional genes was determined after the total RNA was extracted and then quantified using the real-time qPCR. All data used in this study with mean values of 3 triplicates. Analysis was done using a 2-way ANOVA and the Duncan's multiple range test. Experimental design. Results and discussion. So the determination of the petroleum hydrocarbon range utilization range of fungi using these 9 substrates. This is the initial day and the final day. Obviously, only 4 carbon sources were successful, of which light crude oil had the best performance, and it was used for subsequent experiments. The effect of the pool culture on crude oil degradation. Now, this is the TPH removal rate. Looking at this graph, the best performance was achieved in the pool culture on the 7th day. performance at 58.6%. The next one was the achieved by the bacteria, and the least performance was seen in the fungi. This is because this must have been because of the biosurfactant produced by this bacteria in both treatments. The fungi was not able to produce any biosurfactants from preliminary experiments. Moving to the components of the TPH components, these are the N out 10 fractions. The gradation was very good, was significantly different amongst the treatments. The best performance again was in the co-culture. And as for the fractions, the carbon 11 to carbon 20 had the best performance. Then as for the PAH, also the best performance was in the co-culture, and the 4 rings had the best degradation rates compared to the other rings. So this is the GCMS chromatograph of the TPH degradation. Is visible, the degradation of each mate is visible in the pictures. The best, as you can see here, as you all can see, is in the co-culture. Physiological response of both strains to crude oil. I would like to start with the drop collapse. The result of the drop collapse was negative for the fungi because fungi does not produce biosurfactant. Now, biosurfactant is the reason why the surface tension, the interfacial surface tension of a liquid drops. So in the white had the best performance, and at achieving 34 on the 7th day, while for the co-culture achieved 47. And this result correlates with the surface tension result. Even though the surface tension produced in the co-culture was not as much as that produced in the bacteria alone, it was enough to aid a very good degradation process in combination with other factors such as the cell surface hydrophobicity, which is seen here to be excellent for both strains. Several studies have reported a direct correlation between high cell surface hydrophobicity and TPH degradation, and this agrees with the results of this study. FDA hydrolysis. Now, FDA is a measure of the total enzymatic activity in an environment. It could be in the soil, it could be in water, it could be in liters. So for this study, the best performance was found in the co-culture on the 7th day. Also, bacteria exhibited higher FDA hydrolysis than fungi, which is not surprising, again, because of the ability to produce biosurfactants. Biosurfactant produced by bacteria makes bacteria more active than fungi because more substrates will be available for it to degrade. Therefore, this is why we have this result. In the scanning electron microscopy, the first 3-year ABC is the one done before introduction to crude oil. Now you can notice that the surface of these strains are very smooth, while the ones done after exposure to crude oil are a little bit rough. There are obvious differences amongst the surface of this strain. There are some visible residues on the surface of this strain, and reports have suggested that precipitates are given off when metabolite precipitates are released during degradation of hydrocarbons. And this could have been what occurred in this study. Also, it's seen that the fungi and the bacteria adhered very well to the surface of the fungi, shows that both strains are very compatible and they possess good synergy for degradation of crude oil. Then the relative expression of functional genes. Now, during degradation of petroleum hydrocarbons, which is an aerobic process, several enzymatic activity occurs, which leads to the expression of functional genes. In this study, the functional genes released were the alkane monogenes and the cytochrome P40, of which this is the family of cytochrome P450. Now, in each treatment, our ALKB was more expressed in the Y2, while CP52 was more expressed in the fungi. Then, in the co-culture, both genes were highly expressed more in the co-culture, and there was significant correlation between the expression of these genes and NLK removal. So in conclusion, this study investigated for the first time the combination of Acinetobacter species and Pseudosporium in TPH degradation, and the presence of this strain promoted high enzymatic activity, increased the emulsification of substrate, and then which therefore enhanced its direct contact with microorganisms, leading to a very successful TPH degradation. Also, both cultures induce expression of functional degradative genes, and the abundance of these genes correlated positively with NLK degradation. The findings of this research demonstrate the fact that the presence of biosurfactant producers is a very effective approach for the remediation of petroleum contaminated sites. So I'd like to recommend that because both strains possess excellent synergy in degradation of crude oil, further research should be done towards immobilizing both strains on voucher for remediation of petroleum hydrocarbons. Actually, there are so many studies now immobilizing bacteria. There's going to be a study immobilizing both bacteria and fungi for degradation of petroleum hydrocarbons, because both strains are very good, are very compatible with each other. Immobilizing both of them on voucher is a very good research. It presents a very good research prospect. So these are my references, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So, if there are any questions?
Sorry, Miss Moderator, can I ask the question for the speaker?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Miss Eddie Dong.
Yes.
Eddie Dong.
Yes, Eddie Dong.
Sorry, Miss Eddie Dong is nice presentation.
Thank you.
But I would like to ask you something based on your presentation. See the result and conclusion. I'm still a bit confused about the result. Have you ever applied the biosurfactant process to the field study? I mean, you applied how your biosurfactant can remove the oil spill in that in some area. Thank you. This is my question.
Okay. Your question is asking me if I've applied this research to the field. First of all, I would like to say that not yet. Then for the how biosurfactant removes hydrocarbon removes pollutants, I would like to explain that biosurfactant in itself possesses both hydrophilic and hydrophobic regions, which causes them to aggregate at the interface between fluids of different polarities, such as hydrocarbons or water. Now, when they interface at this interface, they decrease the interfacial surface tension, which makes these fluids of different polarities like hydrocarbons to be more available for microorganisms to degrade. If biosurfactants are not available in a medium, microorganisms will not be able to access petroleum pollutants for degradation. So that is how biosurfactants work in a bioremediation system. Have I answered your question?
No, okay, it's enough. Thank you. But I don't, your presentation, I can see your face blurry by your background. Thank you.
Okay.
Edidang.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, is there any more questions? Okay, so as I have 1 minute left, I have a small question. So Didi, so you combine the lexical character with the bacteria, the bioeffect producing bacteria and the fungi, the complete combination. So why you consider this combination instead of the biosurfactant producing bacteria and the bacteria without the biosurfactant the producing capacity?
Okay, Prof, you said why did I combine the biosurfactant producing bacteria and if a non-biosurfactant producing microorganism?
No, you combine bacteria with the fungi, and
Yes.
my question is why not bacteria and bacteria?
Okay, because there are so many research already between bacteria and bacteria. So many researches of biosurfactant producing bacteria and another bacteria. So many researches on that. So I wanted to try with a fungi that does not produce biosurfactant. I wanted to see how the effects of this bacteria can have on the fungi and how the success, to measure the success between the biosurfactant producing bacteria and a non-biosurfactant producing fungi.
Okay, as the time is limited, we will move on to the next speaker. So our next speaker is Augustina, and the title is the temporal distribution and characteristic analysis of oil spill in the Balikpapan Bay. Yeah, so because there is no pre-recorded video, is there? I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a lovely presentation, right?
Yes, sorry?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, let me now I would like to present my study in temporal distribution and characteristic analysis of oil spill in Balikpapan. Let me present the introduction. Kalimantan is one of islands that produce oil.
Jessica, we cannot hear your voice.
Sorry?
We cannot clearly hear your voice.
Oh, okay. How about now?
Let me present the introduction.
Yes, it's better.
Kalimantan is one of islands that produce in Indonesia. Kalimantan has so many oil activities both in land and sea. One area that has a lot of oil drilling activity in Kalimantan called Balikpapan Bay. Balikpapan Bay is a very narrow bay in the upper and lower reach of the part of the Haida Sea of Makassar Strait. The upstream of Balikpapan has many drilling locations, which impact the territorial water. Balikpapan Bay has an oil spill case that attracts many people because it is considered a serious environmental problem and it's detrimental to the environment. One of the cases that occurred was an oil pipe leak in Balikpapan Bay due to the wrong anchorage of a ship that occurred on March 2018. To find out the distribution pattern and characteristic of an oil spill due to a pipe leak, it can be detected using remote sensing. Remote sensing can assess oil contamination. an approach aimed at improving the detection of identification in oil spill at ocean using satellite imagery as the main source of the information has been developed. The distribution of oil spill is not easy. Loss because it depends on the bay train time. So in this study, satellite data processing for multi-temporal was carried out in March, April, and May 2008. Now we are move on to the materials and methods. First, the study used data from the Sentinel-A1 satellite imagery taken from the Copernicus ASA website. Data was taken for March, April, and May in 2018 to the study area in Balikpapan Bay using the coordinates in Balikpapan Bay. Data was taken for 3 months with the distribution of the data taken on 1st March 2008 used as a normal condition before the pipe leak incident in Balikpapan Bay. The second data is data on April 6 taken on 12 May 2018. Now we are move on to the data process and method. This study used an oil spill detection method from satellite data using SNAP software with profile plot analysis to determine the characteristic of an oil spill and ArcGIS software for the visualization. The method used through the several stages as follows. The first one is import data. We are collect data from the source. One of them is ESA Copernicus, and then the second one is data pre-processing using SNAP software. Move on to the data processing using SNAP software, and the last visualization using ArcGIS. First of all, in this stage, we have the result. After this, we have analysis of the result. Now we are move on to data preprocessing. Data preprocessing, first step is top split. Is the stage to determine the desired of target location, namely by choosing the right subwash and brush to the target location. The second one is top split. Is a step to calibrate data using two polarization, is that VV and VH. Top debrush is a step to remove horizontal line in the Sentinel image. In the Sentinel image, some line make the Sentinel image look disjoint. And then we are using multi-looking tab to improve image interpreting and produce application product with a pixel 3, 4, and 6. Multi-temporal speckle filter is a step for speckle filter on 7, 9, and 11 in the data. Terrain correction is a step to compensate for this distortion so that the geometric representation of the image will be as close as the real world as possible. In this study, I used 3 scenarios for multi-looking archeriot, namely by 3, 4, and 6. And the optimal multi-look number is obtained in 3. Lee Sigma's stage also used 3 window size scenarios, namely 7, 9, and 11. The obtained optimal result at a window size is in 9. Multi-look number 3 and Windows 9 size are used for the data processing stage. Polarimetric decomposition is a step to separate data into groups by using zones defined in H alpha field with window size 5. Profile plot for each parameter of anisotropy, entropy, and alpha at 6 focus locations. The result of the data pre-processing and processing are exported to the NP or geotiff extension for further processing. Result is Balikpapan Bay oil spill distribution. As a different pattern in the multi-temporal oil spill data was detected. The distribution of oil spill in Balikpapan for March, April, and May 2018 has different patterns. The distribution of oil spill is the result of an isotropy parameter with range of value from the profile plot closely in 0.2 until 0.5. This is the map of distribution in Balikpapan Bay oil spill March 2018. The map of distribution of the oil spill in Balikpapan in March 2018 before leak 5 of the oil pipeline showed that there was already around oil spill to the coast area and also upstream in Balikpapan Bay. In March, before the pipe leak, there was no oil spill at the mouth of the bay. The second one is map of distribution in Balikpapan, April 2018. The map of distribution oil spill in Balikpapan Bay in April 2018, shortly after the leak of the oil pipeline, shows that the oil that was already around the coast and also upstream of Balikpapan Bay in the previous month was still there and was increasing due to pipe leak, increasing in amount and large. In April, shortly after the pipeline, it was seen that at mouth of the bay area, there was an oil spill. Seen in the upper part of the bay, there is oil that is decreasing and increasing, but oil that remain trapped up into the upstream of the bay. The distribution of oil spill is mostly in the area of pipe leak in the mouth bay and spread to the south of bay to the Labangka area. The third result, map of the distribution oil spill in Balikpapan, May 2008. A month after a leak of the oil pipeline shows that the oil was already around the coast and also upstream of Balikpapan Bay. In the previous month was still there, and the month after incident was still there. And the upstream part was increasing due to the pipe leak. In May, after the pipe leak, there was no oil spill at the mouth of the bay. It can be seen in the bay that there is less oil before it enters the upstream. And the end of upstream that approach to the mainland, more oil remain trapped. Now we are moving to characteristic analysis. The characteristic analysis is an analysis method of oil spill detection parameter from satellite data that is used to determine the characteristic of the oil. The parameters of analysis by anisotropy, entropy, and also alpha parameter. For each of these parameters, profile plot analysis was carried out for 6 stations, which were used as focus area. The result of the characterization analysis are shown in this table. The characteristic of oil spill in March 2018 before the oil leak had a higher anisotropy than the oil spill after the leak. And 1 month after the characteristic of oil spill had an ever lower anisotropy value. In
Yeah.
And so, Augustina, have you finished your presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I will edit my conclusion. So in conclusion, I have multi-temporal distribution of oil spill in Balikpapan Bay in March, April, and May 2018 has a significant difference in upstream and mode of the bay due to the pipe leak on March 2018. And then the second one is that characteristic of the oil spill in upstream represented by station 4 and 5 have a lower anisotropy value than those at the mouth of the bay represented by station 1 and 2. And then the last one is the characteristic of the oil spill in Balikpapan Bay has difference before and after an oil spill incident. Pipe leakage is indicated by decreases and anisotropy value. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Augustina. Thank you for the presentation. So, if there are any questions, you can either raise your hand or type in the chat box. Yes. So, okay, while we are waiting, I have more questions. So, Augustina, to construct the distribution of the oil, so the original data, I think the data is very important because you need all this data for the processing, right? So could you please explain more about how this data was obtained in the original place?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? Last question.
Yeah, I want to know the data you used for the processing, how that data was obtained.
Okay, the data that I use in this study downloaded free from Copernicus, and then the data is satellite imagery. In this study, I just use one sources data from Copernicus, and after that I process in Snap, and yeah, the Sentinel A1 has a lot of parameter, and then in my processing, I just use 3 parameter: anisotropy, isotropy, and also alpha.
So you see that the data you used for the processing was obtained from the company?
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. So, yeah. So I mean the data you used for the processing, that data. So how you obtain, how that data was obtained? The data at the initial place you used for the processing, how that data was obtained. So you need to import data for the foreign processing, right? So I want that data. How you get the data you imported?
How I get the data?
Yeah. I mean at the very initial process. Yes.
Sorry, I can get it.
Destika datanya dari mana? Tadi bilang dari Copernicus ya?
Iya.
Ya, sampein aja dari Copernicus gitu.
Oh iya.
Kedengarannya kayak company. Oke.
Oh, oke. Okay. Sorry. I get my data from Copernicus website from ESA Copernicus website, not a company. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for okay. Okay, so Augustina, thank you for the presentation. So as the time is limited, we will move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dewey Yoga, and the title is the application of coupled 3D hydrodynamic and oil transport model to oil spill incident in Karawang offshore, Indonesia.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Duyoga Nugroho. I'm working as a researcher in Marine Research Center, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. I'm going to present the application of coupled 3D hydrodynamic and oil transport model to oil spill incidents in Karawang, offshore Indonesia. I'm working together with Julkarnain Bilhak, Randi Hasan Basri, Muhammad Arif Zainul Fuad from Marine Science Program Brawijaya University, Indonesia, and my colleagues Niken Finansia Gusmawati Widodo Setio Pranowo from Marine Research Center, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. First of all, I would like to show you why we conducted our study. So here is the map of offshore oil platform activities off the coast of Java. So the yellow dots is the active offshore platform. You can see here that there are hundreds of active offshore platforms still operating in the offshore of Java, and some of them are located not so far from the coastline. For example, here in Karawang, there are a lot of oil platform located just near the coast of the Karawang. And in each oil and gas activities in offshore, it is very sure that that there is a potential risk of the oil spill leakage or maybe oil spill from the offshore platform activities, and then if it happens, it is very harmful and dangerous for human and also for the ecosystem. For example, here in Karawang Regency, Indonesia, the recent oil spill incidents happened on 12 July 2019. It's located here, the YYA1 oil platform, just in the offshore of Karawang. And we got the satellite image from Lapan on 25 July 2019. This is the reported initial oil spill, and on 25 of July we can see here the oil spill platform, the oil spill spotted westward. It is moving to the west from this initial location. And I got also the picture of the YYA1 oil platform from the study of Abimanyu et al. 2021. What happens on the coast? We can see here some evidence that oil particles are stranded along the coast of Karawang and Bekasi. We can see here that a lot of oil particles. It's very dangerous. for human, for ecosystem, for fish, and it is influenced the aquaculture activities along the coast. So we want to model the oil spill, but first we need to understand the oceanographic characteristic in the Java Sea. The Java Sea got influence from the freshwater flux from the Natuna Sea, and also there are transport exchange from the Makassar Strait and the Natuna Seas by the Java Sea, and the current and the flow variability is dependent on the monsoonal variability of the wind. For example, here in June to August, the winds are moving from southeast, and it will induce the currents to the west, and on the opposite, from December to the February, the winds is moving to the southeast, and it might induce the current moving to the eastward. So the oceanographic feature in Java is very important, and need to take into account if we want to make a numerical model in the hydrodynamic model in the Java Sea. The objective of the scientific question of our study is how to simulate the oil spill trajectory for emergency response. This is our target. Is it possible to make oil spill model by using the realistic hydrodynamic model, and how to simulate a backtrace oil spill source from the airborne or satellite evidence by using, for example, if hydrodynamic model, have an evidence, or we get a report from the airborne, or maybe from the fisherman, or maybe from the satellite image that there are some oil spills spotted in the ocean. Is it possible to make a backward modeling in order to get the initial position of the first oil spill incident happen? This is very important. Why? Because we need a quick response if there is oil spill incident, because the oil spill will give impact to the biota as well as for the environment. And the NOAA give a recommendation that if an oil spill happens, the first thing we need to do is the important thing we need to do is we must measure where the oil particle could go from the oil spill source. So, and then the objective of our study is we want to make a simulation of oil spill in Karawang Regency by using a realistic hydrodynamic models, and we coupled with the oil spill transport model. And if we succeed to couple the model, we want also to evaluate if our model is good or not by evaluating using the comparison the trajectory from the oil spill model. We compare with the trajectory from the satellite data. So in this study we use hydrodynamic model, the ROMS Regional Ocean Model System hydrodynamics model from CROCO. This is the French versions of ROMS model. Actually, there are 3 versions of ROMS: the Rogers version, UCLA version from United States, and there is also from French version, the CROCO model. It is almost the same. The CROCO model is almost the same, just like ROMS model, just some slight difference. But in our CROCO model, it already equipped with the application model, just like biogeochemical, bottom boundary layer, and Lagrangian floating tracking. And for the oil spill model, we use the genome oil spill model. It is a free source code. It is an open source model from NOAA to make a trajectory from the oil spill. It is because of it is open source code, so we and public license, we can use it, and it is potential for us to use it as a oil spill emergency tools in Indonesia. And Genome also already equipped, already have interface with the ocean general circulation model. And then there are two versions of Genome. The desktop version we just installed in the Windows and then run the model, and then the from the source code it's written in by Python. So actually Genome use just like the other oil spill model, it used the Eulerian Lagrangian approach to simulate the oil particles. Okay, so this is our configuration, our model configuration. First, in the left side is our configuration for the Croco models. So we made all the configuration, the grid and the forcing input. It is done by the Croco tools. It's written in MATLAB. The grid resolution is 1 kilometers, and there are 25 vertical layers in the S coordinates. The Croco model is very cost effective because it's very fast, using 600 barochronic and 10 barotropic time step. It's very fast. We run less than 20 minutes for 1 month simulation. And for surface forcing, we use the latest hourly ERA 5 data. So we are the first to publish the Croco model using the hourly ERA 5 data. And for oceanic forcing, we use the Marine Copernicus daily data. It is we are using the parallel computation because the Croco, our model runs on the personal computer in the Intel i7. We use the OpenMP configuration for the parallel processing. The model runs for 1 year from January to December 2019. For the oil spill model, there are two scenarios. First, the forward trajectory. So the oil spill particle released in the initial in the oil platform at on 12 July 2019, and the backward trajectory, we tried to trace the oil particle. If we put the oil particle on this is the satellite image on 18 July. If we put all the particle in these locations, and we run the model, the backward modeling, and we test if the particle will reach the initial position here in the oil platform. So the genome configuration using the output from the Croco model, there is no wind forcing. We don't include the wind forcing. The oil type is medium crude. It is the particle will stranded on beach. We prevent the land jumping, and simulation time for forward modeling is 15 days and 16 days for backward modeling. And we validate also our model. This is the validation, the comparison of our Croco model with the sea surface temperature and sea surface height from the satellite data. Yeah, the comparison is very good. We can see the trends of the difference is not too far from model and the observation, as well as the sea surface height. The model in the red line will can follow all the dynamics in the sea surface height from the altimetry. And for the current, we compare our model with the global Marine Copernicus data. This is the U part, and this is the V part component of the velocity. You can see here the comparison is very close to the global model data. And the last part is we validate our model with the tidal height from Indonesian Geospatial Agency. This is the comparison from our model and the BIG data. It's very close to the BIG data. So now is the result of the models. So this is the result for the forward modeling in the genome. So it is released on 12 July 2019. You can see here the date in the bottom left. It released on 12 July 2019, and what happens on the 18 July of 2019? Mostly the particles, the oil particles, move to the west. The black part, the black dots here is the particle that has a good confidence level, and the red dot here is the uncertainty of the particle. Maybe the particle will it is the uncertainty of the particle because of the weathering process, or maybe of the decay of the oil particle. So this is already on 20 July. We can see here that the particle moving westward, and some of the oil spill are stranded just like our evidence in our first slide, some oil particles stranded on the beach. And if we see the comparison with the satellite data, this is the 18 July, and then we have the satellite data from the work of Abimanyu on 18 July. Also, we can see almost the particle, even though the particle is not exactly the same, but we can see the pattern of the pathway of the particle is nearly the same with the satellite observation on 18 July, and 2 days and 4 days after 18 July, we can see the oil particle move to the west, and some of them are stranded here in this beach in the Bekasi Regency. And we try also to see if genome can simulate the backward modeling. So here is our simulation for the backward modeling. We put here some of the oil particle here on 18 July 2019, just like the date when the satellite image captured, and we try the backward modeling. We see if the particle will reach the initial position or not. So this is the 17th July, and then we see the 15th July here, and then this is 14th July, and this is on the 12th July 2019. Yes, the oil spill just reached close to the initial location. If we compare with the satellite data, this is the farthest detection. Here we put the particles, and then from 17 July and for the 15 July, the particle approached the initial location, and then in the 12th July, the particle exactly in the area of the initial location. So we got all the modeling result, and then we can have a conclusion that we have succeeded in coupling our ROMOS model with the genome oil spill model, and can simulate the oil spill accident in Karawang. And we use also, it is our first, we first published with the hourly era 5 forcing in the CROCO models, in order to get a better results in the CROCO. And then this model also provides an accurate comparison with SAR satellite, and the genome trajectory, so similar result with the similar pattern, similar result with satellite data. And also this result of the study can be used as inputs for mitigation unit to address risk in oil spill and gas activities, and also for rapid decision for emergency response unit to prevent the extent of the oil spill events. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for very interesting research. If there are any questions, you can raise your hand. Yeah, thank you. Please, you can ask your question. Hendra?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for nice presentation. I have two questions actually. First is to confirm that I heard that the presenter said in the CROCO model there is no wind included in the model. That ones. And if so, what the main factors? Why the pollutant goes to the left side, or what the name goes to the west? Yeah, is it due to the tidal or not? Something like that. And the second question is some oils can settle to the coast, to the beach. Yeah, I saw the result of that. And what the factors for that in your model? There is can settle in or attach to the beach. Is it can something like something circulate to the main model in the domain or not, or just attach in the boundary and then cannot goes to the sea again after that? So two questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I answer the question?
Yeah,
okay. Thank you, Pak Hendra. Very nice questions. I hope you still remember me, Pak Hendra. So actually, in my model, sorry. So actually, in my model, the forcing input for the model is not only the tides and winds, but I use all the baroclinic forcing. For example, the oceanic forcing coming from the global simulations, and then the winds also included in the models, as well as the tides. And actually, this is the three-dimensional model. So baroclinic and realistic forcing applied into the model. So why we did not include the winds in the model, because we think that all the forcing is already enough to run the models, and the currents that are produced by the model, it's already realistic enough. But in genome model, if we add the wind forcing, we made some tests for if we add the wind model, the particle will spread just like you spread all the particles will spread everywhere if you add the wind in the genome model. And the second question is how the algorithm, the particles are stranded or not on the beach. So in the genome model, we use the condition of the particle. Is it stranded, or it is moving to the land, or it just stuck on the land? So in this model, we use the particle are stranded, but it still can going back into the ocean. It's not stay there. So maybe we can test some of the configuration, because I'm using the desktop version of the genome. There are some limited condition. If we want to make a more full condition, we must use the Python codes of the genome. Yeah. But it is impossible. It is possible for the genome to change it for any boundary condition on the beach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And
Yes.
the committee.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Zhang. So for Pak Yoga, I'm not too much familiar with the genome model, but you have explained that we can access the Python code. I'm wondering, so basically you provide the current input, and then you put to genome model. Is that like that?
Can I? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, for this study, we want to make some tools for Indonesia. For example, if there's oil spill incidents happens in the oceans, the sum of tools just using model or satellite. But satellite, there are some. If we use the satellite, there are some delay in the capture, in the downloading the satellite data, and then and we still don't know how to run the models. But in this study, we just use the desktop version. That is the first step of our long-term study, because we want to make an operational oil spill model using actually just couple the model results, the ROMS result with the genome by using the interface. The interface, I got the interface from the NOAA, just to make a directly conversion from the ROMS output models to the genome, and then the genome will run automatically. Just like that. It's actually simple, and the people in the NOAA is fully supported for us if we want to make the operational oil spill model in. And the code is free, open source, is free of code, and then in the Python version there are more than 100 oil spill type in the code, so we can simulate any oil spill type. And then there is a weathering process that is important also in the oil spill transport model. Thank you.
Yes. So the backbone is basically from the genome, yeah.
Yeah,
the main process. So if that, so you mentioned that this one is for response. Have you tried to use, let's say, directly from Copernicus data for the hydrodynamics, so that you don't need to do modeling. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the genome used the Lagrangian perspective. So it is the Lagrangian perspective is calculated on the Eulerian grid. So the marine Copernicus data is 9-kilometer grid. So if particles release, for example, just in the middle of the one grid, so it needs to interpolate for another 9 kilometer or for a half kilometer, and the result is not very. I made some tests and I don't satisfied with the results. So that's why we try to use to develop or to run our models, because in ROMS Croco you just runs from the zero to the end of the process, for example 1 year, and just less than 3 hours from the grid generation until the model output. All the tools already provided in MATLAB, so it's very simple. And yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for Mr. Dwayne Yoga, and thank you for your question. So the time is limited. We are going to move to the next speaker. So our next speaker is Mr. Hale Fernandez, and his presentation is entitled as Heavy Metals Concentration in Sediment of Makassar Strait. So please, Mr. Fernandez.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I would like to ask you about my video presentation. Good morning, everyone. Can you opening? Today, I would like to present my paper, which
play the recorded.
I try to.
Okay, and we have 15 minutes for your present, 12 minutes for presentation, and 3 minutes for questions. And we still have 2 more presenters. Thank you.
Can you show good morning, everyone. Screen, please. Today, I would like to present my paper, which titled Heavy Metals Concentration in Sediment of Makassar Strait by Edward and Havinalis. Introduction. Makassar Strait is located between Kalimantan and Sulawesi, along the coast of various activities and potential impact to pollute the marine environment. East Kalimantan has several lakes rivers along the coast of various activities and potential impact to pollute the marine environment. East Kalimantan has several lakes rivers such as the Mahakam River, Bungus, Sangatta, Baru Muda, Bungalu, Karangan, Manubar, and Sangkulirang River. Industry and settlement are growing rapidly along the coast of Sangkulirang, Samarinda. These industries are LNG, coal, organic, chemical fertilizer, shipbuilding, iron and steel construction along the mountain. Estimate of environmental geochemical status generally based on sediment quality guideline. Quantitative index such as the Geoaccumulation Index or IG, contamination factor GF, and PLI, pollution load index, which refer to reference values such as value related or background value, concentration which of carbon in another class, etc. The purpose of the study are to assess the level of contamination and pollution of heavy metal Cb, Cw, Gr, Gn, and Ng in the sediment of Makassar Strait on the sediment of Makassar Strait based on the sediment quality guidelines. G, contamination factor of F, Geoaccumulation Index of IG, and road pollution index of PLI. Material and methods. The research conducted in Makassar Strait from September October 2004 using by F.V. Barunajaya 8. Sediment from the seafloor were taken by storm cloud, put into a very ethylene bottle, previously washing in HN43 sink and rinsed with distilled water. And then in the laboratory, the sediment put in the bathroom, dried in oven at 105 degrees Celsius for the 24 hour time. It's taken several times with distilled water, burning Arantala 1967. The sediment sample was dried again and 100 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Then crushed until smooth. The total of 5 grams of dry sediment sample were put in that. Digested incidental concentrated HNO3 for HCl and left at room temperature, more or less 4 hours. Digestion was continued at 90 degrees for HRS oriented drawing of the ideal A.75 using a flame of an air accident mixture. Before analyzed, the instrument is calibrated and certificate raw material. Determine the oxygen and pollution level. The economic percentage of pollution investment was determined using the sediment standard pollution index of ELI and accumulated index of IQ based on the Rabi et al. 2011, Genji et al. 28, Barizamnik et al. 2012, Pirisingam et al. 2012, Sam et al. 2012. It's a formula. IGO equal log 2 and GX divided 1.5 EN. GX this means the concentration of metal X in the sun. The normal concentration of metal in nature and 1.5 equal with constant. GF equal with GX divided by K is from the GX and PLI equal by GX1 multiplied by GX2 multiplied by GX3 depend on the amount of the object and power to 1 divided by criteria can show here the index of the geoaccumulation. When IGO smaller than 1, that means the sediment unfolded, and IGO bigger than 0 and smaller than 1, that means an unfolded to moderate quality. IGO bigger than 1 and smaller than 2, that means moderate quality, and IGO bigger than 2 and smaller than 3, it means moderate and strong quality until the IGO bigger than 5. That's very strong quality. Also, pollution reward index of PLI. When the index smaller than 1, it means the sediment unfolded from the ethylene metal. And 1 to 2 index unfolded is slightly positive. 2 for 4, moderate quality, 4 to 6, significantly quality, 6 to 8, strongly quality, and 8 to 10, extremely quality. Contaminant factor also, when the index GF smaller than 1, it's in low contamination. When the GF bigger than 1 and smaller than 3, that means moderate contamination. And GF bigger than 3 and smaller than 6, that considerable contamination. And also GF bigger than 6, that means that very high contamination. Result in discussion, the measurable result of the calculation and Makassar sky you can store in the lower. This you can store here the maximum and minimum value of the PGDC, CR, GN, and NE. All of the value is still below the natural value. PB, the minimum value, 5.30 ppm and maximum 90.11. For the GD, 0.02 and until the high value, 0.35. Also, for the GU, for 7, minimum 7.8 and maximum 33.08. For GR, the minimum value 12.7 and the maximum 48.07. GN 36.4 and the maximum value is 103.03. For the NE also 12.8 and 43.29. All of the value is still below the natural value. The natural value is this for PB is 20 ppm, for GD 0.3, for GW 70 ppm, GR 90 ppm, and GR 90 ppm. Also here for GN 95 ppm and NE 70 ppm. For the contamination factor heavy metal in sediment of marker subscribed in the red value, you can show them the value is still below the 1. It means for all for the GF for PB, GD, GU, GR, and GN below the 1. That means the PL is smaller than 1. That means the sediment not altered in of the heavy metal. And PL 172 political slightly polluted. For the quality standard, you can show here cell standard PB20, GD 0.30, GUW 70, PR90, GN 95, and EN 75. And all guideline also, they are from the geotechnical background, US Department of Energy, Canadian, FUG, US FDA, Ontario, and this reason. This means the average percentage of GW, GRGN, and NE are still lower than their national education. The percentage of TB, TB, GN, and TR are still according to which the criteria for toxicity for cost. Correlation between the heavy metal and sediment of Makassar price. Using the SPPS application, there is a positive correlation between the GUGN, GRND, with a significant level of 1%. 6 metal originate from the same source, namely one activities fundamental of Kalimantan and Sulawesi Island. Conclusion based on the PAI pollution growth index value the sediment in Makassar sky has not been polluted by PD, TB, PW, GR, GN, and NE bar. And based on the criteria set by the sediment quality guideline for SQG, GU and NE level in the sediment are left high and has passed the criteria set by Central SQGS. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Health Analyst. And we have 3 minutes for questions and answers. And also, because of so let's have for this 3 minutes time and question and answer. Do you have any? Is there any questions? Okay, so while we are waiting, I have one question. Mr. Helfinalis, how is the background concentration of the heavy metal determined? So yeah, I want to know how this background concentration, how this was determined.
Do you mean where the heavy metal coming into the sediment on the seafloor? That's mean the operation? Yeah, the heavy metal is coming from the online, very high activity along the Mahakam River. They can bring the pollutant from the online via the river to the Makassar Strait, and some of them can deposit on the seafloor in sediment. That's your question, the answer of your question?
Yes. So, okay. So, is there any other question? Okay, so thank you for your presentation. So as the time is very limited and we need to
You're welcome.
We need to return to the main room, and this session in this morning will be ended. And for the other presenters who happen to present their researches will present. They will give additional time this afternoon. So this session will be ended, and that's go back
thank
to
you.
now. Thank you for all the participants. Yeah, we can go back. We can go back to the main room.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very sorry due to our tight schedule. We have to go back to the main room now. For the rest speaker who have not presented yet, will be given an additional time in the afternoon session. Sorry for the inconvenience. So please back to the main topic.
Baca kali dia, mesti chatting pribadi kayaknya, chatting pribadi.
Sciences
Recording in
Indonesia
progress.
Institute of Sciences or LIPI, Professor Dr. Oki Karna Rajasa, followed by the second speech from the head of Geospatial Information Agency, Republic of Indonesia or BIG, Professor Dr. Rernat Muhammad Aris Marfai, MSc. The speeches will be moderated by Dr. Rernat Agus Setiawan.
Okay, thank you very much, the Master Ceremony, for the time, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished participant. Okay, good morning, distinguished participant of the third International Conference on Maritime Sciences and Advanced Technology. Today we enter the second day of the conference, and on this plenary session, I was assigned to be the moderator for two keynote speakers, as already mentioned by Master Ceremony. The first keynote speaker is Professor Oki Karna Rajasa, PhD, Deputy Chairman of Earth Sciences Indonesian Institute of Sciences, or LIPI, and the second keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Rernat Aris Marfai, Chairman of the Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG. My name is Agus Setiawan from Diamari Pangandaran, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Okay, in this plenary session, the time provided is 1 hour and 30 minutes, where each keynote speaker has 30 minutes to deliver his presentation, and then followed by a 30-minute Q&A at the end of the session. And for the Q&A, the participant can use raise hand or send your question in chat box. And please don't forget to write down to whom the question is addressed. Okay, before the keynote speaker deliver their presentation, allow me to share a screen to introduce Professor Oki and Professor Aris to the audience.
Recording in progress.
akan mengikuti keynote speech di ruang utama.
multidisciplinary and cross-sector also very much related to our heritage. Let me take you on the nature of international collaboration in Indonesia. There are several
items that needs to be considered. Number 1 is memorandum of understanding. Number 2, technical agreement. Number 3 is material transfer agreement. Last but not least is IPR agreement. It is very important for us to focus and note that we will have what we call it equal partnership between our partner from abroad. How about the human resources in maritime studies in Indonesia? At least there are different institutions that having several human resources to support our research on maritime studies. Number 1 is research institution, including LIPI, BPPT, LAPAN, PMKG, and PIK. LIPI itself, we have approximately 208 researchers working on maritime studies. As for the ministry, KKP or Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, led by having approximately 556 researchers. And in the university, we have about 108 faculties or department or study program that providing human resources about 5,400 lecturer or researcher. This is the current data on the country origins of our partners from abroad or international between 2010 and 2019. I didn't have enough data to provide for the data 2020, but I have checked with the Ministry of Research and Technology before that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a very drop in terms of collaboration in 2020 compared to the previous year. So as you can see here, USA followed by Japan and Germany and France and United Kingdom has been the big 5 in terms of the numbers of foreign researchers having collaboration with the Indonesian scientists. It is quite pity that our neighbor, the ASEAN countries researchers, it look like do not really having strong collaboration in terms of research collaboration between Indonesia and the ASEAN country. And this is the researcher profile that it is quite nice to know that most of the scientists or researchers involved in collaboration with Indonesian scientists are dominated by early young scientists, especially from graduate student, followed by the academician and researcher. In my opinion, this will allow us to have a long-lasting collaboration because due to their young age, it will allow them to have more time to have continue our collaboration with Indonesian scientists. How about the fields of study favorited by our international partner? So you can see here, life sciences has been the most active field of study in terms of scientific collaboration between Indonesia and international partners. And then followed by earth sciences, including here is maritime studies, and then socio-humanity, agroforestry, medical, and engineering. One of the obstacles of conducting research in Indonesia is the limited budget for research. Therefore, one of the advantages of having international research collaboration is to bring research funding from outside of Indonesia to Indonesia to help us to conduct more high quality research experiment or research activity. Here in 2019, Germany has been listed as the biggest country in terms of having matching funding, about 53 million US dollar, followed by Japan, and last but not least is the Netherlands. And due to the COVID-19, the amount of research funding for 2020 also dropped quite significantly. When we talk about the research funding, according to the research field, biology is having the highest contribution, about 65 million, followed by fisheries, and then socio-economic, agriculture, public health. Sorry, there is a mistype for the public health. It should be combined. And then oceanography, ecology, and aquaculture. When we look at this data, actually, the research funding for maritime studies is quite high. If we combine the biology or marine biology, marine fisheries, and then oceanography, marine aquaculture, etc., then basically maritime study is quite strong in terms of obtaining support for research funding from outside of Indonesia. And how about the top 10 institutions hosting foreign researchers? Luckily, my current institution, LIPI, or Indonesian Institute of Science, has been the most active institution in terms of hosting foreign researchers. And this is also in line that based on the institution, LIPI also has been listed as the #1 in terms of having support from foreign partners, especially through the research funding. The second one is IPB, followed by UGM and UI, also ESDM and KKP. So we expect that more and more research institutions as well as University Indonesia will be more active, and we do hope that COVID will come soon. This is an example how the maritime and marine technology program, as you can see here. Marine and marine technology has been listed as one of the thematic areas for the collaboration between Indonesian and French researchers. In terms of multilateral joint funding, for example, in this case, I present the eAsia Joint Research Program, which is a quite active multilateral joint research project. It has 10 ASEAN member countries plus 8 non-ASEAN, but this program is supported by 21 member organizations in terms of research agency. So this is a quite strong multilateral joint funding scheme. And you can see here that the environment, including marine science, climate change, disaster risk reduction, etc., is also been accommodated as one of the thematic area within the multilateral joint funding project. Let me move to the second sub-theme of LIPI as the hub for multi-party collaboration. LIPI has declared as a hub for multi-party collaboration, which means we are serving our infrastructure as an open infrastructure, including human resources and facilities. And this will allow both national, regional, and international level of collaboration. That is why we have also launched a global platform for research collaboration. That means it will allow partners around the globe to have a collaboration with LIPI, with our human resources, as well as having access for our research facilities. In addition, we have developed so far our collaboration in national level by catering our university partner, including researcher and graduate student, as well as catering the private sector from the industry. So we also helping our researchers to have connection with industry so that they will bring the result into commercialization. So it is clear now that LIPI is ready to have scientific collaboration both in the national and international level. We have quite a big investment in terms of the development of strategic research infrastructure between 2020-2024. I think it is quite worth if I could inform that LIPI institution is distributed in 9 different provinces across Indonesia. And you can see here, we are now trying to finalize our development and construction of our new facilities, and some of the facilities has been successfully completed and ready to be used for joint collaboration. For example, the newly established building or laboratory is a data center of National Coastal Ecosystem, which is located in our research center for oceanography in Ancol. It is equipped with the state-of-the-art facilities, and it is also being prepared for collaborative use, and it is well maintained. It is a story building for national research that include integrated instrumentation laboratory, field analysis instrumentation, as well as real-time monitoring system and laboratory and office for oceanography. And this is the details of our integrated instrument laboratory, as well as field analysis instrumentation and real-time coastal monitoring. So we believe that it will contribute significantly for the maritime study in Indonesia. The second part of our facilities is integrated marine bioindustry facilities in central Indonesia. It is located in Lombok Island, in the eastern part of Lombok, just currently completed. Now we are working to complete the necessary equipment. It is also state-of-the-art, and basically it will covering different aspects. For example, we are focusing on aquaculture, post-harvest and product development, as well as technical assistance, because there are so many fishermen, especially those working on aquaculture in the area, need to be helped to improve their product. And also we are doing what we call dissemination of our research results. So please take a look and visit our new facility. And this is the panoramic view of our integrated center for bioindustry in Lombok. It is quite beautiful. It's we have a waterfront view. It's very nice, and not so far from Gili Trawangan, so you can do both holiday and research in Lombok. We have approximately 40 room accommodation, so I think it is nice to have visit them soon in the near future. And The third one is our research center for deep sea. It focuses on deep sea extreme environment. That's mean not only deep. We are very close to Banda Sea, which has a depth of approximately 7,700 meters. So it is quite significant that it meet the term of extreme environment. So there are approximately 770 atmospheric pressure. We have about 4 degrees Celsius. In some area, we can find as well as a hydrothermal fan. So it is another extreme environment that also potential to be developed from the biotechnology and industrial perspective. So basically, there are 4 research focus. Indonesia through flow as well as upwelling, marine geosciences, deep sea microorganism, and deep sea microorganism. We are now has started to work on deep sea microbiology, and Agus, I'm very pleased to inform you that one of our staff is now doing a PhD in deep sea microbiology at ITB. And aside from marine infrastructure, we have also now finishing our infrastructure for tropical genomic diversity and integrated national environment. So it is located in Cibinong. So to support our research on maritime studies, we need also the backup from our colleague working for tropical genomic diversity. So especially to do the bioprospecting, we also provide genetic information as well as meeting the need of the current technology, for example, genome editing, synthetic biology, metabolomic, bioinformatics, and also we are asked to stimulate the Sharia product, halal food, both pharmaceutical and cosmetic. And at the moment, LIPI has operated 2 different research vessels, Baruna Jaya 7 and Baruna Jaya 8. We have donated our Baruna Jaya to Patimura University as a floating static laboratory. And we are mostly now focusing on Baruna Jaya 8. But with the establishment of Agency for Research and Innovation, or BRIN, I've been informed that BRIN will soon establish what we call it Indonesia Research Vessel Fleet Management Unit. So there are approximately 12 research vessels will be coordinated and managed by BRIN, including our Baruna Jaya vessel. So this, I think, a good thing that it will allow a bigger and wider access for national and international partners to join our expedition by using our research vessel. So now we are waiting for the presidential decree of BRIN, and soon when we have the decree, I think new national institute will be established to accommodate different fields of study. This is an example of our expedition, joint expedition. It's called Triumph, between Research Center of Deep Sea and First Institution of Oceanography, China, as well as University of Maryland. I think I have seen Prof. Bisusanto representing Maryland University. He is the one who actively initiate our collaboration. So It started in 2018, and we just completed, I think, 2 months ago for the 2021 expedition, and it focused on two different sub-themes: dynamics interaction of ocean and atmosphere, as well as deep sea ecosystem. And the second one is the LIPI Brunel work package for the collaboration. It has 4 different packages: earthquake geology, and then marine geophysical survey, numerical modeling, as well as resilience. So you can see how the activity was successfully carried out. And to conclude my talk, in regard to international research collaboration, LIPI up to now has been actively collaborating with our international partners from 24 different countries. So we believe that this will serve as a significant contribution for LIPI for supporting research on maritime sciences. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Oki, for the very interesting presentation. And I found that very progressive changes occur in LIPI. And also, I hope that the new agency for research and innovation can also coordinate all of the research agency in Indonesia, so the output of research activities in Indonesia can be improved in the future. So now I invite Professor Aris to deliver his presentation. In my note here, I read that the presentation has been already prepared in the form of a video. And so I asked the committee maybe can play the video for us. So Professor Aris, and time is yours, please. Can the committee help play the video, please? So while waiting for the video to be played, please, if any audience have question, you can write down in the chat or just raise your hand, and so I can identify who will have a question to keynote speaker. Okay, the video is ready now. Please, Professor Haris, time is yours. The voice is not here, not yet can be heard. Please, the committee. There are no sound.
Conference on Maritime Science and Advanced Technology, or MSAT, conducted by Maritime Science of ITB and support by Bismillahi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam damai dan sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, today we are in third international conference on maritime science and advanced technology, or MSAT, conducted by Maritime Science of ITB and supported by BIG. And in this opportunity, I would like to share with you all a topic which is the rules of geospatial information in disaster risk reduction management. It is in line with our agencies, which is the Badan Informasi Geospasial or Indonesian Geospatial Information Agencies. I would like to start with the presentation in the first slide. This is the Indonesia is prone to the several natural disasters. As we can see from this picture, the several disasters are potentially happen in us. For example, the earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption, flooding, landslide, land subsidence, etc., and so on. So there's many kind of the disasters happening in Indonesia based on our various sources, map, and other trusted data. And the next slide, this is the importance of the disaster risk reduction management in Indonesia. Since we consist of 34 provinces with more than 500 cities, more than 7,000 districts, which is an entire area, naturally disaster are latent hazards in Indonesia. And therefore, its mitigation and adaptation must be handled properly by, for example, the sustainable disaster risk reduction management. And one of the very important issue in the disaster risk reduction management as the data and information forms partially to help and to support the program of the disaster risk reduction management itself. On the next slide, we can see what do we agree on. For example, the Sunday Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030, adopted in the third UN World Conference in Sunday, for example. The goal of this event is to avoid and reduce the risk, and also to decrease the exposure, as well as to increase the resilience itself. And our priority for sure is to understanding the risk disaster, the strengthening the risk governance, the investing in disaster risk reduction, and improving risk management. In the 4 priorities program, the data and information related to the geospatial are very important to support this action. On the next slide, for example, this is the priorities in disaster risk reduction management according to the Sendai Framework 2015, and the geospatial information can be used or will have important rules for several activities. For example, in the early warning on the preparedness, on the awareness and capacity building, etc., and so on. On the next slide. This is the geospatial information management in Indonesia. As all of us know already, that it is based on the law number 4/2011. As we know that geospatial information consists of basic geospatial information, thematic geospatial information, as well as geospatial information infrastructure. In the basic information, the basic geospatial information, we have geodetic control network and the base map. And the base map itself consists of what we call it the topographic map, consists of the coastline, hypsographic, hydrographic layer, geographical name layer, administrative boundary layer, transportation and utility, building and social facility as well as land cover. Those are very important in order to analyze and also to support the disaster risk reduction program in many various models. And also the second, we have the thematic geospatial information, which is the various thematic map. Those are belong or managing by the minister agencies, and therefore we need to synchronize to to coordinate those of this information in thematic map. And the third, we have also the geospatial information infrastructure, which is consists of the data infrastructure, standardized and regulation, institutional arrangement, human resources, as well as science and technology. This is the main
Nah, di sini nih ada budidaya nih.
PIG on this
Rumah untuk budidaya.
On the next slide.
Ada budidaya.
This is the geospatial information for disaster risk reduction management. Example, for example, we have the point issue of the geodetic reference frame. We have the course, tide guides, geodetic network, and geoid, which is very important to support the information analysis on terms of, for example, part of the earthquake potential disaster, or also early warning on tsunami, etc., and so on. Also the topographic map. We need this map, for example, on the analyzing of the risk reduction program, on the analyzing of the potential hazardous issues, as well as on the calculation on the risk and damage analysis. Also, we have also the integrated and synchronized thematic map. We have the one map policies, which is very important issues among the ministers and agencies, among the provincial and local government, university, public society, etc., and so on, in managing the National Geospatial Information Network, particularly related to the disaster risk management program. On the next slide. The role of the data and information from geodetic reference frame, for example, we can detect the GPS and leveling network, GPS core station, and as well as the tide guide station. This data and information from the geodetic reference frame are mainly important. For example, for risk assessment, early warning issues, rehabilitation and reconstruction stages, and prevention, etc., and so on. The next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the example of the spreading tide gauge network, at least until 2020. But actually, we have some more the new one in 2021 on the progress of the development. But at least now we have 168 tide gauge station, which is 155 or 153 tide gauge information system with 2 tide gauges in a cooperation with the GFZ with Germany, and also some other tide gauges with cooperation with other agencies. If we have a look at the distribution of these tide gauges, somehow we can see that we need more in the east of Indonesia, particularly in the area of the potentially earthquake or potentially dynamic volcanic or tectonic action took place. The next slide. We can see this availability tide gauge data in managing by the PIG. For example, we have 134 stations available, which is in the blue, and also 21 station data available less than 5 years, and the 11 station data available in 1 year, and 40 station developed in 2021. As I said, this year we plan to have more than 40 or at least 40 more stations. But due to the pandemic, so we have to speed up this development. The next slide. This is the example of the INA-TWS data transmission to support the disaster risk reduction program in Indonesia. This is the one contribution of the BIG in cooperation with BMKG, LAPAN, etc., and so on. For example, this in the left side, the picture on the station of what you call it, Pasang Surut station, coordinate or managed by the BIG. We send the data through GSM every 5 minutes. You can imagine every 5 minutes we kick out the data to the FTP server, and the FTP will deliver this to the database servers, and then will monitor and analyzing. This data particularly very important used by the BMKG to do the analysis as well as on the web real-time data server. So we can imagine we have more than 160 kind of this station under the management or under the control by BIG, and all those stations every 5 minutes they kick the data out to the FTP server as well as to the DB server and used by the user, for example, by the agency, other agencies, BMKG, BNPB, etc., and so on to predict the early warning system. The next slide, please. This is the type guides for disaster monitoring. Example of the our equipment. For example, in Palu earthquake, September 2018, if we have looked the graph in the below, we can see the gap of the patterns. So the gap is actually the disturbing of the wave itself or the disturbing of the data, which is happened on our tight gauge station, which is happened on our station Pasang Surut. And on the right side, we can see our station Pasang Surut. Inside, within the station itself, which is the equipment to catch up, to have the data, to get the data, and then also to send the data out to the web server. So based on this picture, we can see that this is the example how useful our tight guards to support the disaster monitoring program. The next slide. Based on this tight gauge in Sunda Strait, for example, this is grab from 4 different stations, which is in Marina Jambu in Serang, in Ciwandani, in Panjang, and also in Kota Agung. In a certain times, all this graphic shows the same things, which is the disturbing of the pattern of the wave itself. And therefore, we can see that on this disturbing wave, it means that there is something happen on the ocean, which is captured or obtained by our station Pasang Surut, and then we can send this data to BMKG, and also we can use the analyzing how strong, for example, the wave and how big the impact, for example, we can see based on this graph. And the next slide. This is the GNSS-based tight guards for Indonesian Tsunami Early Warning System, or in INA-TWS, which is consists of the several sensors. We have a first, a second, and third sensor. The first sensor belong to the bubble gauge, and the second we call it the floating gauge, and the third using radar. Though we have the different sensor, we have the 3 different sensor to capturing the data. The first, second, and third sensor will be used to validate each other. And according to our experience so far, the third sensor are working very good to validate, and therefore to make sure that the data we have are valid. And then data captured in the lockers and then transferred to the sensor and later on analysis in the agencies, for example, the providing and analysis center of BIG. The next slide. This is the tight gauge data for disaster risk reduction management activities. As we know from our example, the data from online tight gauge station will be useful for supporting several activities of disaster risk reduction program, as we mentioned before. For example, this station managed by BIG is really important for tsunami early warning system to do the risk assessment for potential impact of several coastal hazards, for example, the sea level rise, coastal flooding, coastal abrasion, and tsunami, for example. Also, the surveying and mapping for post-event rapid assessment of coastal hazard by analyzing the graphs on the several graphs that we have based on our tide gauge data. The next slide. Just to give you an example, this is the tide gauge station in Pontoluan. If you have a look, this graph shows us the data. This is unfortunately data communication stop function after the earthquake. So it means there is something happened with our station, for example, disturbed by the earthquake or get impacted by the earthquake, etc. and so on. The next slide. This is the picture of the tsunami 2018 in Palu, Donggala earthquake. This, with the hypothesis, the killer tsunami was most likely generated by the underwater landslide occurring inside Palu Bay. At least some experts say like this. And based on our tide gauge, for example, and our bathymetry analysis, we can see this is the proven that the hypotheses are correct. For example, the next slide. We can see this is the inner core network until 2020 in BIG. We can see that some of Java are already, I would say, quite good distribution data as well as in Sumatra, but we still have minor in Papua, Sulawesi, and also some part in Kalimantan. Therefore, we should push to have more this station to have the well distribution across the Indonesia. The next slide. The inner course utilization, for example, in the real time, we can use this for early warning system, for example, for various natural hazards in Indonesia, for example, tsunami, coastal flooding, etc., and so on. Also, the network system for surveying and mapping application. Also, the reference station for supporting various navigation and transportation application, land, marine, air, etc., and so on, as well as the integration, checking, and validation for various coordinating reference system. So this is at least the use of the inner course in a real time. For those who do not get the inner course, maybe you can find in the sources that inner course are the program in cooperation among the several agencies, including BIG, BMKG, BNPB, and so on. The inner course utilization can be used as well as the post-processing. For example, the coordinate reference frame for the various positioning, surveying, and mapping application in Indonesia. Also, the coordinate reference frame for monitoring and studying natural hazard phenomena, as well as the geodynamic and tectonic studies, or also the characteristic of the tropospheric and ionosporic above the Indonesian territory, for example. The next slide. This is the risk assessment based on GPS for episode data, which is the GPS station velocity. For example, we can see this is some of the locations are shifting more than 50 millimeter and some other less than 15 millimeter. So this will lead to the moving or dynamic move of this tectonic and creating or give impact to the tectonic event, for example, earthquake or landslide, etc. and so on. So based on the GPS course and episode, we can record, we can analyze, we can identify the very precision data of the moving of the earth, which is in the term of the even very small 50 millimeter, etc. and so on. The next slide. This is the example of the real-time GNSS. Real-time GNSS Indonesia is the ground monitoring system in Indonesia territory based on the global navigation satellite system. And this GNSS itself is a multi-satellite based on positioning system. Yeah, this is the real-time GNSS in Indonesia. The next slide. This is gives you an example. You can have a look later on. The services of the Indonesian Geospatial Reference System, which is very important also to support disaster risk management program in Indonesia. For example, you can see SRGI, PIG, QID, or NRTK, or INA sea level monitoring PIG, QID. And we can use various of these information to analyze the, for example, potential surges, potential disaster, etc., and so on. The next slide. Also, another issue is, for example, the data pathymetric national. This is the simplest. The national pathymetric data is created from the inversion of the gravity anomaly data resulting from allometric data processing by adding sounding data conducted. This is project conducted by PIG, BPPT, LIB, and other agencies. And you can have a look, for example, in the Tanah Air Indonesia.go.id Demnas. Yeah. The next slide. This is to give you an example, an overview of the bathymetric data disaster potential issue on the coastal area to support us on the development of the, for example, tsunami modeling, on the development of the wave modeling, etc., and so on. So this is the bathymetric, what you call it, index peta lingkungan pantai di Indonesia, and this is on the scale 5. The left side is the scale 250,000, 50,000, etc., and so on. The next slide. Just to give you an example, this is the digital elevation model in a coastal area, which is developed from the LiDAR bathymetry in 2020. If you have a look in the picture, this very detailed one, the digital elevation model, which is consists of the several different information of the elevation, etc., and so on. The next slide. This is the point cloud LiDAR bathymetry conducted also by the PIG. The LiDAR bathymetry activity, this was a pilot project on produce the coastal, what you call it, bathymetry on a very large scale. This is an example of something that we have done to support the bathymetric data in Indonesia. The next slide. This is the result, the digital surface model or digital sterile model based on the LiDAR bathymetry. If you have a look, this is a very precision. We can see in the some part are very reliable and give us the very good information on the surface. The next slide. So the second thing is the role of the base and also thematic map. For example, the topographic map, various thematic map, for example, digital elevation model, aerial photography, and also satellite images can use also to support the role on various states of the disaster risk reduction. As I mentioned before, in the phase of the emergency response, the map are useful for our data, information data, for example, the station of tidal gates, very important to support the data to do the analysis and an emergency response. Also, some of the topographic map are very important on the rehabilitation. The basic map are very important on the reconstruction. Even also the thematic maps are very useful for risk assessment, etc., and so on. The next slide. The rule of base and thematic map for disaster risk reduction, just to give as the example, in the prevention and the mitigation, which is we can develop the stability map, hazard map, vulnerability map, risk map, and the preparedness, we can do the contingency map, early warning system. Also the emergency response, we can do the map of damage, the calculation of damage, the disaster affected area map, the prone area to disaster, etc., and so on. And the rehabilitation and reconstruction, we can do the rehabilitation and reconstruction planning map. Also, we can do the detailed planning map based on the detailed topographic map that we have. Therefore, we now in PIG, we push ourselves to have the large scale 5,000 in the near future. We will start right now this year and hopefully finish 2024. And therefore, on the rehabilitation and reconstruction process, in the near future, we can use the with the more detailed data, for example, with scale 5,000. The next slide. Also, we can do the multi-hazard map, which is the produced by comparison of several relevant ministerial agencies. For example, multi-hazard map. We call it multi because we are comprised of the more than one of the information of the hazard. For example, this is the 6 types of disaster: earthquake, tsunami, volcanic, flood, landslide, and drought. We can combine into one map. And based on the geographical assessment and landslide analysis to evaluate the sustainability of any area, for example, or using the analytic hierarchy process. So this is just give as an example, the advanced processes on the multi-hazard map using the geoinformation data. The next. This is the example of land and forest fire hazard map in southern Sumatra conducted by PIG. For example, the peatland and forest fire are usually caused by anthropogenic factor and support by other local environment and physical factor. So we map it, the land and forest fire, to do the prevention and mitigation. The next slide. This is another example of the contingency map, which is the evacuate route map of the contingency plan of the earthquake and tsunami disaster. It was in Bantul Regency. This contingency map is produced to minimize the impact of the disaster risk by developing some scenario and projecting public necessity when a disaster occurs. This is just for example. The next slide. This is another example, rapid map for landslide impact area assessment. It was in purpose and also in combination with the PIG, PNPP, now the Perhutani, etc., and so on. Next slide. This is the post-event rapid assessment mapping, just an example based on our topographic map, national digital elevation model, satellite images, and ground surface. Next slide. This is another example what we have done already. For example, post-event rapid assessment mapping of liquefaction area of Sibalaya based on aerial photo and satellite images. Next slide. This is another example how information, geospatial information are very important role in rehabilitation and the reconstruction planning map by development the detailed map, for example, on the what do you call it, the rehabilitation and reconstruction area due to the tsunami event in Teluk Pacitan. Next slide. This is another example how the geospatial information and geospatial data are useful using the infrastructure geospatial information. For example, we can have a look on the Tanah Air Indonesia ID on the dashboard kebencanaan, and you can see several various data to support the analysis of the disaster itself based on the geospatial information format. The next slide. So as we know that the building an accurate and reliable geospatial information necessary, the large-scale geospatial format is necessary in order to support disaster risk reduction management, not only really on knowledge and technology, but also requires strong coordination, regulation, and infrastructure. Therefore, we are strongly encourage of the agencies, minister, local government, or regional government to have the special geodatabase. For example, using what we call it simple jaringan to manage the geospatial data in order to support the various plan in development progress, various plan on the disaster reduction management program, etc., and so on. The second, the sharing and dissemination of the disaster-related geospatial information in a timely, reliable, relevant, and detailed information has been proved as a major key for disaster risk reduction management. Unfortunately, we don't have yet complete, timely, reliable, relevant, and detailed information in all of entire Indonesia. We have already in several parts in the big cities, for example, but we are not finished yet on the other part in Indonesia. Therefore, BIG and other agencies and also the local government, we should hand in hand to provide the detailed, reliable geospatial information, especially to support the disaster risk management program, as we mentioned before, as we give the example before, how important actually geoinformation on a various section of the disaster risk reduction program itself. We have already some of these enough station, tight cut station, joint station measurement, as well as the information and maps. But again, we are not finished yet with all to provide the detailed information related to the disaster risk reduction program in Indonesia. That's all that we can share with you. Thank you very much, and I'll give back time to moderator or to MC or to committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Aris, for your interesting presentation. So now we enter the Q&A session. Please, for the audience who have question, you can raise your hand or just unmute your mic and then deliver your question directly to the keynote speaker. And is there any question from the participant? Okay, Aditya Guzman, you have already raised your hand. So please, Aditya Guzman, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for a very excellent presentation. I have a question about LiDAR data. So we know that LiDAR data is very crucial in tsunami inundation modeling. If you use other data, like for example, like SRTM, it will not give you a reliable result. So LiDAR is very important to study tsunami hazard. I'm wondering if the currently available data are accessible or not to study the tsunami hazard in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, Professor Aris, you can directly answer the question from Mr. Aditya Guzman.
Thank you very much for the very nice question. By the way, we are in BIG. We are also managing the data from images, including the LiDAR data. And as we know, this LiDAR data is very, very powerful to develop the detailed mapping. For example, for one of the important things that we are now in project to develop the big scale of very detailed scale of the base map. And also we use the LiDAR to derive the what we call it bathymetry data. Currently, still in a restriction under the regulation that we could not share the LiDAR data, but we could share the what you call it, the development of or the analysis of the LiDAR itself. For example, the bathymetric data, or later on the detailed base map data, for example. But for sure, we do support for the research activity, for the scholar, for the university. If you need the LiDAR data to do the research for your, for example, the thesis project, then we may provide the LiDAR in some area. But please note, we do not cover all the entire Indonesia with the LiDAR data, since this is very expensive one. But we have in the several or the important areas in some several parts of Indonesia. Yes, I'm agreeing that analyzing the data of the LiDAR data, this requires the special skills to do that, and therefore we encourage the students, the scholars, the researchers, also ourselves, to have the enough knowledge to improve our knowledge on the not only in the acquisition of the LiDAR data, but also on the way we are doing the analysis, on the way we are interpreting the leader, also on the some more development based on the leader itself. That's the state of the condition of the leader and also the within our organization. I mean, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
Professor
very much.
Aris.
If I may continue, I have a follow-up question.
Okay, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, what we need is probably not the raw data. So probably we need something that already processed DEM, but based on LiDAR data. For tsunami modeling, probably 5-meter resolution would be very fine. But yeah, like that, even 10-meter grid would be fine. So how, if we want to use this, how should we how should we proceed? Is it something like collaboration with BIG, or are you prepared? Are you going to sell out like the map, like other map, like for example Petarut Pabumi? Yeah, what's the path to do this collaboration?
May I answer this question, moderator?
Yeah, please.
Actually, if you need the derivative model or data conducted from the LiDAR, this is absolutely possible. And for several parts, we already published in our website or and on our geo portal, and therefore you can access it for free, for example. And this is kind of services. I mean, you are not getting the raw data, but you get the information developed from our LiDAR. So as I mentioned before, there is not possible to have point clouds, but for sure it is very possible and simple to get the DTM, DEM derived from LiDAR bathymetry. If you need not really huge area, so you are not requested to have a special process or special purpose, you just go to the Inagio portal and you can find it. If you cannot find, then you can contact us, and then we will provide you in the certain area you need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for your answers.
Okay, Mr. Aditya Gusnan, is there any question? No? Enough? Okay, so I asked the audience, maybe you have some question to Professor Oki and Professor Aris. So in the time waiting for a question from the audience, there is a question in the chat. In the chat box, yeah. This is for Professor Oki. If LIPI acts as a hub for international collaboration, how to make sure foreign collaborators can collaborate with institutions in Indonesia that she wishes to collaborate with? Please, Professor Oki, time is yours to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Actually, once BRIN established, I mean, in terms of the presidential decree, BRIN will serve as the single gate for international collaboration. So any research institution, including LIPI, will be under the BRIN. So I'm sure there will be a certain mechanism to allow us, especially the international partners, to approach any particular research institution as well as any researcher working on particular field. That's I heard from Pak Handoko. So, but still at the moment, while waiting for the presidential decree, we are more than happy to help any international who wants to collaborate with any partners in Indonesia, even though it is not LIPI, but we have also domestic collaboration in terms of MOU with the Indonesian University. Also, we have an MOU with the Mas Menteri, Minister of education, culture, and research technology to work with any Indonesian university. So that's mean Indonesian university who wants to have a collaboration with LIPI, especially, they don't have to prepare MOU. So it's quite simple. We just need some papers to detail our field of interest. So it is make the thing easier. Before, every university has to sign MOU with us, but now no more. So also the partner from international can approach us, and we will be more than happy to help them to collaborate with any institution in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Oki. In my chat box before I read the question in the screen shared to you, this is a personal message to me. A question from Lufti RS from ITB to Professor Aris. The question is, what is the mission or innovation that has been planned for better maritime geospatial information services, such as shoreline and bathymetric data, which are not yet significant comprehensively on medium and large scales?
Yes, I think this is a very interesting comment. As we know so far, that we are not finished yet with the detailed bathymetric data or the geospatial information data on the coastal area on entire of Indonesia, simply because the first our coastal area is just simply too large in all the Indonesia. Though we are every year, I again mention every year we are conducted the data acquisition to develop the bathymetric more than 1,000 kilometers every year. But still, compared to the all Indonesian area, there are still less than 10% are covered. The second thing is now we are prioritizing. We may aware that we have the constraint issue such as the resources, budgeting, etc., and so on. Now we are prioritizing us by collaborating with the BUMN, the enterprise owned by the government, to do the big scale map atau peta dasar skala besar. Since this is the data is owned by the government, therefore we could not open this development of this large scale image map with the private sectors. Once we are finishing this, this is planned for 4 years according to RPJM. So in 2024, we should finish with the large scale, which is 1 to 5,000 maps. I hope this also including the coastal data, including the bathymetric at some point. Therefore, if some scholars using the digital elevation model conducted by other institutions, we may aware as well that bathymetric not only developed by BIG, but also some by BPPT and some other by Push Hydrosal. So we have the kind of consortium, or we have the communication among the agencies who are developing the bathymetric data. So hopefully that will be support the research in Indonesia. If not, then for the time being, some researchers doing the pragmatically by using the data from the international institution. I think, in my opinion, that will be no problem as far as we don't have yet the data. But we will do our best for the next 4 years until 2024 to assembling the large-scale piece map, hopefully including also the coastline, but not yet with the bathymetry. But I'm sure in line with the time and also the technology that we can have, then we can develop the bathymetry. That is the condition right now.
Okay, thank you, Professor Aris. And continue to the next question. This is also for Professor Aris from the audience. Recently, new data products from BIG is found useful for many researchers from Indonesia. Do you encourage to provide more various data format such as NetCDF, GRIP, ETC, and not only TIFF data?
Actually, our big plan for the development of the geospatial information in Indonesia is first, we should, as I mentioned before, we should finish with the large scale of 1,500 piece map. So then those can be accessibly free, but not downloading, but using the what you call it shared services and then web services, etc., and so on. So most likely, like what the Google Maps doing. So it might be also possible in the near future. We will collaborate with some the private sector to develop based on our base map. For example, the use on the technology on the economic or on the financial issues, using like a Gojek, using like the Shopee, Grab, etc., and so on, using our data. That might be possible. So in the near future, we are not allowing anymore to download the data, but you can use as a shared services or web services. So we are not necessary again to have like a format of TIFF data, format of SHP data, for example, but you can use directly from the website.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Aris. Is there any question from the audience, please? We have still time, 15 minutes for the Q&A session. Please, you can directly unmute your mic and address your question to the speakers. So based on the presentation from LIPI, Professor Oki has mentioned some important issues, and especially the last issues is about the brain, yeah. And this is one question from one audience raised hand from LIPI, Rahma Hanifah, please, Ibu Rahma Hanifah, you can ask the question directly, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Moderator. Thank you very much, Prof. Oki and Prof. Aris for very insightful presentation and current progress of state of the arts. I think it's very interesting to also understand the challenges that Indonesia have a wide, which is also one of the challenge. And I would like to ask the collaboration, international collaboration, and also collaboration between academia and university and research institution is already mentioned. I would like to ask how do you see the potential of the current evolving citizen science and also collective data and collective research with wider audience and wider population, not only with scientists but also with citizens, and especially we have many youth and young people in Indonesia, that can be done in Indonesia. For example, there is a massive mapathon ongoing by OSM, and there has been a lot of detailed data taken by OSM, but maybe it needs verification and how to integrate to BIG and also the future of BRIN itself. Thank you very much.
Okay, please, Prof. Oki.
Okay, thank you, Rahma. Yes, there is a growing interest of those outside the university or research institution to conduct research in particular fields. yes, it is our responsibility as the research institution as well as the university lecturer to guide and to provide some basic knowledge in terms of conducting standard scientific research. That's very important. And also, secondly, is to help the managing of the data. LIPI itself is providing free repository system that can be used for individual as well as the institutional level. And this also will be a good thing because by putting data in our repository system in LIPI, which is a free, long-term, and big size, is any particular individual or organization can set up their status or openness of their data in the our system, repository system, then that will attract, I believe, to many people who are interested, including those coming from the university and the research institution. So basically, first we are providing the facilities, and secondly, it is our responsibility to collaborate with them and to guide them in providing basic standard scientific perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rahma, is there any question? Enough? Okay. In my screen, there is a question from IMR, yeah, to Professor Aris. What do you think when you find many researchers in Indonesia prefer to use DEM or bathymetry, etc., created by international institutions?
Thank you. I think I mentioned this also before, that so far, if we are encouraging ourselves and also some agencies and the minister to develop the geoinformation data, including the some that we mentioned, like a bathymetry. There is some other agencies who are also developing the bathymetry, like a PPPT and also Pusitrosal, and some part also might be the KKP, etc., and so on. So as far as we don't have yet the data for this in the central areas of Indonesia, then I think the scholar, the researcher, they can use the data from other institutions, including the international institution. As far as the sources are trusted and also the data are reliable. So what I would like to underline is that if we need the detailed bathymetry, for example, derived from LIDARs, then we have already in several areas. So you just simply can communicate with us in PIG or also with the Pusitrosal or also with other agencies. I'm quite sure in some areas we have it already. Other thing, if there is not yet the data, actually scholar or researchers can also develop their own data by doing the survey acquisition in a certain area, in the small area, that might be also possible. So basically using the international institution data, that might be also possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Aris. Is there any question from the participant, please? We still have about 8 minutes for the Q&A session. Okay, there's no more question. I think so. Because there's no more question, before we close the session, I think there is a lot of interesting issues already mentioned by two keynote speakers. The first one is about international cooperation and collaboration, and also about human resources to support research in Indonesia. And then also information about some state-of-the-art of LIPI's facilities that's already built and ready to be used by researchers in Indonesia. And then also the most important issues about BRIN in Indonesian Agency for Research and Innovation. And then regarding presentation from Professor Aris, there is many demands on geospatial data that we need for our research activities and also for geohazard aspect that are very important for our country as a maritime continent that's located in the ring of fires and also in the equatorial area that's also influenced by the climate and also have an important role to the global energy climate in this world. So, is there any question? No? Okay, so because there's no question, and as a conclusion for this session, as already mentioned by me, that there is still a lot of homework for us to improve our collaboration, our funding for the research, and also our data, especially for the geospatial data. That is very important and has become a key point to make the studies better and can be used to support the development of Indonesia, especially for example, for the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. We now just as already mentioned by our ministry yesterday, we introduced the blue economy concept in our marine and fisheries development that need a lot of collaboration in research and also data, especially in the geospatial aspect that can support this blue economy program. So thank you very much for Professor Oki and Professor Aris for your very excellent presentation. And thank you very much also for the audience for your question during the Q&A session. This is a very warm discussion, and hopefully we can follow up this discussion in real activities in order to make our research activities in marine science and advanced technology improve in the near future. Thank you very much for the time, and I close this session with wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and give time to the committee. Thank you.
Thanks the moderators. Pak Oki, thanks. Sehat-sehat.
Terima kasih.
Aris, salam sehat.
Okay, Pak Agus.
Yeah.
Okay, are we going to take photos right now? Photo session with everyone.
Okay.
Okay, Ibu Bapak, mohon dinyalakan kameranya ya. Kita akan mengadakan photo session dengan para keynote speakers. Oke, boleh dibuka dulu mungkin maskernya sebentar apabila memungkinkan. Jangan dibuka apabila tidak memungkinkan. Oke, baik, saya akan cek dulu per slide ya. Ibu Bapak silakan melihat ke arah kamera. Oke. Nanti para panitia di sini akan membantu menangkap layar Ibu Bapak. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a photo session right now. Would you please turn the camera on, looking at the camera, and give us your biggest smile. Okay. Tetap tersenyum ya, karena kita tidak tahu ada di halaman berapa. Okay. Please keep smiling because we don't know in which page you are on. So the committee will help capturing the screen. Bapak Oki, apakah Bapak siap? Ya, dan Bapak Muhammad Rai. Oke. Boleh, saya lihat ada banyak gaya ya, boleh gaya bebas. Oke, committee, are you ready? Committee? Okay. All right. Okay. So on my mark, smile, look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Next page. Okay. Next page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wajahnya sudah cantik, cakep ya. Kami sudah tangkap dari sini di layar. Pak Iwan? Okay. Oh, sorry, Pak Agus. Sudah ya? Oke. Okay.
Terima kasih.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind you that we will have one more parallel session this afternoon in 4 different rooms and 1 additional room. Each room has different topics as shown on your screen, and participants are allowed to join the room to your liking, the room of your choice. Okay, jangan lupa di rename akun Zoom-nya ya, Ibu Bapak. Room ABCDE _ your name. Okay, please be reminded that we have special awards announcement. So we have special awards announcement at the end of the day. In the meantime, we will have lunch break for 90 minutes. But the committee has also something very, very interesting. We also have several music videos from our Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Bapak Agus Muhammad Ramdan. So, please enjoy the videos, please enjoy your lunch, and see you at 1:30 p.m. Western Indonesia time.
To your door, will never disappear. I've seen the road before. It always staying here, leads me to your door. The wild and windy night that the rain was away. crying for the day. Why leave me standing here? Let me know the way. Many times I've been alone, and many times I've cried. Anyway, you'll never know the many ways I've tried, but still they leads me back to the long winding road. You left me standing here a long, long time ago. Don't leave me waiting here. Lead me to your door. Still they leads me back to the long winding road. You left me standing here a long, long time ago. Don't keep me waiting here. Let me to your door. Yeah, 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 yeah.
You're asking me my love goes. I don't know, I don't know. We're still around our relation. I don't know, I don't know.
An Indonesian passenger plane carrying more than 60 people has gone missing shortly after takeoff.
The tragedy that left deep sorrow for the Indonesian people came at 2:30 p.m. local time on Friday, January the 9th, 2021. Sriwijaya Air SJ-182 plane with the Jakarta-Pontianak flight route crashed 4 minutes after takeoff from Soekarno-Hatta International Airport. The plane, carrying 62 passengers, experienced a drop in altitude of 10,000 feet in 1 minute, which then lost contact and
The ocean is our future. We understand, cooperate, and advance for a better future of the ocean. Korea-Indonesia Marine Technology Cooperation Research Center. In May 2016, an MOU was signed between the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of Korea and the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Affairs of Indonesia. In May 2018, the implementation arrangement was signed. In September, the MTCRC was opened at the Itebe Cirebon campus. Afterward, we are continuing various activities for the construction of the boat Aran, supporting the accident of Sriwijaya Air Flight, and planning for the installation of a marine chemical analysis lab. The MTCRC is jointly operated by the KIOST, the leading marine science and technology research institute in Korea, and the Itebe, the top science and technology university of Indonesia. There is a joint committee composed of 10 governmental representatives of both sides as a key decision-making body. Also, under the leadership of co-directors, the Planning and Administration Department, Research and Technology Department, and Education and Training Department are in operation. For effective cooperation with related institutions in Indonesia, we also operate the Jakarta office inside the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. The MTCRC conducts 3 main activities and 2 support activities. First, to build the cooperation platform, the MTCRC holds joint committees and promotes research cooperation with related institutions, including government departments, institutions, and universities on marine science and technology of Indonesia. Second, the MTCRC continuously discovers and conducts joint research projects on current ocean issues, such as operational oceanography forecasting systems, ocean satellites, ocean energy, and ocean waste management. Third, the MTCRC operates programs to foster marine science and technology experts, including Itebe and KIOST Special Masters programs, and invitational masters and doctoral programs in Korea. Fourth, the MTCRC supports various local communities. And lastly, oversees the effective use and operation of research and research equipment while conducting the ODA project launched in 2019 for enhancing the capacity of marine science and technology. The MTCRC is leading the development of marine science and technology in Korea and Indonesia as an intergovernmental joint research center. The 2 countries will continue to build a prosperous future based on various cooperation projects and training of talents and workforce.
Kalian tahu nggak kalau Indonesia punya akuarium terbesar di dunia? Namanya Piamari Aquarium yang terletak di Pangandaran, Jawa Barat. Piamari merupakan kepanjangan dari Pangandaran Integrated Aquarium and Marine Research Institute yang dibangun oleh Badan Riset dan Sumber Daya Manusia atau BRSD MKP, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan. Akuarium ini digunakan sebagai sarana wisata edukasi dan juga untuk keperluan riset ke laut.
Kemudian kami memiliki juga fasilitas gedung riset. Gedung riset ini tentunya menjadi fasilitas utama dalam melakukan kajian-kajian riset. Kemudian gedung paling utama adalah akuarium, di mana di dalam gedung akuarium kami memiliki 4 fasilitas akuarium besar. Pertama adalah akuarium schooling, yang kedua akuarium sentuh atau touch pool, dan yang ketiga adalah akuarium tunnel, sedangkan terakhir adalah main akuarium. Tujuan dibangunnya Piamari ini adalah untuk mendukung kajian-kajian riset yang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan untuk menjawab fenomena-fenomena yang terjadi di Samudra Hindia, sekaligus memberikan edukasi yang disajikan dalam bentuk akuarium yang ada di bangunan Piamari saat ini.
Pembangunan akuarium raksasa ini adalah sebuah pencapaian besar dan berharap dapat membawa manfaat besar bagi dunia riset kelautan di Indonesia.
Jadi ini adalah main aquarium yang merupakan akuarium air laut. Ini memiliki dimensi panjang 32, lebar 10, dengan kedalaman sekitar 4 meter. Nah, di sini ini rencananya kita akan memberi ikan-ikan yang berukuran besar, baik itu ikan pari, ikan hiu, maupun ikan-ikan pelagis yang lainnya. Nah, diharapkan dari ikan-ikan itu kita dapat melakukan penelitian tentang perilaku ikan. Bagaimana perilaku ikan dikaitkan dengan kondisi kualitas airnya dan kondisi lingkungan yang ada di sini. Selain untuk kebutuhan eduwisata, yaitu untuk bisa melihat bagaimana keanekaragaman hayati ikan di Samudra Hindia, terutama di Pangandaran, di akuarium ini. Ini adalah tunnel akuarium yang akan kami sulap menjadi nature aquarium, di mana di sini akan kita buat aquascape untuk membuat akuarium ini seperti kondisi di alam. Nah, jika ini sudah menjadi aquascape, ini akan menjadi nature aquarium yang terpanjang di dunia karena memiliki panjang sekitar 47 meter, melebihi akuarium di Portugal yang memiliki panjang 40 meter. Ini adalah kolam sentuh atau touch pool dengan topik tidal pool, di mana di kolam sentuh ini kita akan masukkan ikan-ikan karang dan juga penyu, ikan pari yang bisa dilihat secara langsung dan juga disentuh oleh para pengunjung. Ini adalah schooling aquarium yang nanti dikhususkan untuk ikan-ikan yang dia berschooling atau berenang dalam kelompok, dalam satu arah yang sama. Ini juga adalah akuarium air laut.
Nah, semoga keberadaan Piamari ini bisa mendongkrak arus wisatawan, serta peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat pesisir, khususnya daerah Pangandaran, Jawa Barat, dan Indonesia umumnya. Mari bersama-sama kita ramaikan Piamari Pangandaran, karena di sini kita bisa berwisata, sekaligus belajar untuk mengenal lebih banyak potensi kelautan Indonesia.
What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system. When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodatic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy. Guaranteed access to information. Credible information. Proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of and in the geospatial literacy of Indonesia's society.
Saya Irwan Milano, Dekan Fakultas Ilmu dan Teknologi Kebumian Institut Teknologi Bandung. Selamat datang pada putra-putri terbaik di Fakultas Ilmu dan Teknologi Kebumian.
Dari namanya saja itu adalah ilmu dan teknologi kebumian, maka di fakultas ini diajarkan semua yang berkaitan dengan kebumian, terutama yang ada di Indonesia ini, mulai dari hasil buminya yang cukup kaya kita dengan minyak dan gas bumi, kemudian ada bencana geologi juga dipelajari di sini, dan juga rupa bumi yang dipelajari di geodesi dan geomatika, dan juga Indonesia adalah negara keempat yang memiliki pesisir terpanjang di dunia, dan itu diajarkan di oceanografi, dan juga ilmu tentang iklim yang dipelajari di meteorologi. Jadi silakan kalau adik-adik dari SMA akan masuk ke FTB, maka yang siap untuk mempelajari teknik tentang kebumian, silakan, selamat datang di FTB.
Kerja sendiri, kebanyakan lulusan kami itu ada yang menjadi peneliti, di mana dia melanjutkan studi S2, S3-nya itu seperti di Jepang, Jerman, dan Prancis. Kemudian kebanyakan juga menjadi konsultan. Di sini konsultan cuaca itu pekerjaannya seperti memberikan analisis cuaca tentang bagaimana suatu keadaan itu harusnya dilakukan. umumnya mereka bekerja di perusahaan seperti pertambangan, perminyakan, dan pertanian. Ada juga lulusan-lulusan dari kami itu yang menjadi kepala departemen di BPPT dan kepala departemen di BMSAT.
Sekarang saya akan menjelaskan tentang prospek lulusan oceanografi. Untuk lulusan para oceanografi biasanya terkonsentrasi menjadi 3 bidang, yaitu adalah seorang peneliti, menjadi seorang surveyor di lapangan, atau bahkan menjadi seorang analis di suatu perusahaan-perusahaan. Dan di sini untuk peneliti sendiri biasanya untuk mahasiswa yang ingin melanjutkan studi di berbagai universitas dalam atau di luar negeri, seperti Tokyo Institute of Technology, di Hamburg University, atau bahkan bisa sampai Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dan untuk field surveyor, itu bagi orang-orang yang suka kerja di lapangan, tapi khususnya di laut. Contohnya di perusahaan seperti Schlumberger, di perusahaan Fugro, atau perusahaan seperti Pagio. Dan yang ketiga adalah sebagai seorang analis lingkungan. Biasanya dibutuhkan untuk memberikan informasi kepada perusahaan-perusahaan yang melakukan industri migas atau pertambangan. Di sini seperti Freeport, Newmont, atau juga bahkan perusahaan minyak seperti Pertamina, Total, atau bahkan British Petroleum.
Ya, Geodis itu sekarang bisa bekerja di mana-mana nih ya. Jadi untuk melakukan sebuah kegiatan kita butuh perencanaan. Geodis itu bisa mulai dari sebelum perencanaan, untuk merencanakan pemantauan sampai evaluasi. Gitu. Jadi kita bisa bekerja di manapun, BUMN, minyak, apalagi perencanaan yang butuh survei, peta, offshore, ya pegawai negeri juga bisa lah, BPN atau BIG gitu.
Prospek kerjanya itu biasanya lulusan-lulusan geologi ini masuknya ke industri, apakah itu industri perminyakan, industri pertambangan, ataupun industri panas bumi. Jadi tidak sedikit juga lulusannya jadi dosen, ataupun konsultan, ataupun orang-orang yang bisa keluar.
An Indonesian passenger plane carrying more than 60 people has gone missing shortly after takeoff from.
The tragedy that left deep sorrow for the Indonesian people came at 2:30 p.m. local time on Friday, January the 9th, 2021. Sriwijaya Air SJ182 plane with the Jakarta-Pontianak flight route crashed 4 minutes after takeoff from Soekarno-Hatta International Airport. The plane, carrying 62 passengers, experienced a drop in altitude of 10,000 feet in 1 minute, which then lost contact and was declared crashed around the waters of the Thousand Islands. The plane's crash was confirmed by the Minister of Transportation on January the 9th, 2020, when the plane's wreckage was reported by the head of the National Search and Rescue Agency around the location, which has a depth of about 15 to 16 meters. The President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, immediately ordered all authorized agencies to carry out search and rescue operations. As a result, the Indonesian government, along with many organizations, moved to carry out humanitarian missions to find missing victims and carry out investigations related to the incident. The day after the accident occurred, MTCRC, together with the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Investment Affairs, held a joint integration meeting with related agencies, namely from the Sriwijaya Air Aviation, National Transportation Safety Committee, National Search and Rescue Agency, the Ministry of Transportation Indonesian Avi and other related agencies. MTCRC was assigned by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Investment Affairs to participate and assist Indonesia National Search and Rescue Agency in conducting searches on the site where the accident occurred, as well as a part of SJ182 Search and Rescue Task Force team. Suspected searching areas were divided into 4 zones. Each zone was then surveyed by the ship of Rigel 933 from the Indonesian Navy, Barunajaya research vessel from the Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, and research vessel from the Mahakaya Geo Survey team. Also, the ARA research vessel, which was equipped with a multi-beam metrosounder and side-scan sonar, was sent by MTCRC to help the search and rescue operation. Multi-beam metrosounder is a tool used to measure the depth of water, or another term is bathymetry. The multi-beam metrosounder used by MTCRC in this search is a wide swath bathymetry system that produces data with accuracy up to 200 meters depth, which is suitable for shallow water. By using a side-mounted multi-beam metrosounder, the digital terrain map of the sea can be seen and be used to find anomalies on the seabed, such as debris or wreckage from the aircraft. While side-scan sonar is a tool used to provide a view or overview of the seabed. After a depth anomaly is detected using the multi-beam, side-scan sonar can be used to produce a high-accuracy visualization of the seabed, which helps the team to better depict the wreckage of the aircraft. The survey results obtained from the task force will be integrated and submitted to the National Search and Rescue Agency, and later be used to coordinate the diver team as a reference for the dive point. After 4 days of underwater searching, the black boxes were found, and the National Transportation Safety Committee can fully investigate this accident further. This shows how important the role of hydrographic survey in search and rescue operation in the sea. Being among the team of SJ-182 Search and Rescue Task Force, MTCRC actively collaborates with various agencies, with the same goal to conduct the search and evacuation process successfully. Even though bad weather several times happened, it does not make the spirit of the whole team subside in carrying out this mission. Being part of this mission is a valuable experience to MTCRC and contributes more to carrying out surveys at the Indonesia Sea. Unexpectedly, after contributing to this mission, MTCRC received a lot of appreciation from many parties, both local and international. Hopefully, in the future, MTCRC can become a marine research center that will have great personnel, advanced survey equipment, and a lot of relationships and support from various stakeholders in carrying out other activities.
Established in 1920 with the name Technische Hogeschool Bandung, Institut Teknologi Bandung is the oldest technical university in Indonesia. The 3rd of July 2020 is marked as Institut Teknologi Bandung's one-century existence. The establishment of this long-established institution is recorded in history as the founding of Indonesian technical higher education and the pioneer in the advancement of science and technology in Indonesia. Located in Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, precisely on Ganesa Street, number 10, ITB currently has 12 faculties, 29 undergraduate programs, 52 master's programs, 26 doctoral programs, and 2 professional programs. Other than the campus site located in Ganesa, ITB's campuses are also located in Jatinangor and Cirebon. 39 programs have been international accredited from accreditation boards around the world, namely from the United States of America, ASEAN, Germany, Japan, the United Kingdom, South Korea, and the number of accredited programs is expected to increase in the near future. ITB has been developing its cutting-edge research through the 102 research groups from 12 faculties and schools, 24 centers, 7 research centers, and 5 centers of excellence. To date, ITB has also established 104 startups, 315 intellectual property rights, and 137 innovations. In the spirit of In Harmonia Progressio, ITB alumni have worked and excelled in various fields and sectors. For instance, Insinyur Soekarno as the first President of the Republic of Indonesia, B.J. Habibie as the third President, Iskandar Ali Shahbana as the father of the communication system in Indonesia.
Institut Teknologi Bandung is an adaptive learning organization. In our over 100-year journey, ITB has a long standing as the leader in advancing science, technology, art, and social and humanities as well. ITB is striving to play a significant role in solving Indonesia's challenges while improving its capacity to compete globally. The alumni are our pride, who continue to share our values and significant contribution to the nation's development. To continue our tradition, we will always preserve a campus with academic atmosphere that is open to new ideas and experiences, critical and visionary thoughts, accompanied by attitudes that uphold academic freedom in scientific and cultural diversity. We are keen on continuously improving the quality of education, research, and community services, progressing in harmony, in harmonia progressio.
long and winding road that leads to your door will never disappear. I've seen that road before. It always staying here, leads me to your door. The wild and windy night that the rain was away has labor full of tears, crying for the dead. Why leave me standing here? Let me know the way. Many times I've been alone, and many times I've cried. Anyway, you'll never know the many ways I've tried, but still they leads me back to the long winding road. You left me standing here a long, long time ago. Don't leave me waiting here. Lead me to your door. But still they leads me back to the long winding road. You left me standing here a long, long time ago. Don't keep me waiting here. Let me to your door. Yeah, 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 yeah.
And all I have to do is think of her. Something in the things she shows me. I don't wanna leave her now. You know I believe in her.
Long and winding road that leads to your door will never disappear. I've seen that road before. It always staying here, leads me to your door. The wild and windy night that the rain was away has labor full of tears, crying for the dead. Why leave me standing here? Let me know the way. Many times I've been alone, and many times I've cried. Anyway, you'll never know the many ways I've tried, but still they leads me back to the long winding road. You left me standing here a long, long time ago. Don't leave me waiting here. Lead me to your door. Still they leads me back to the long winding road. You left me standing here a long, long time ago. Don't keep me waiting here. Let me to your door. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other. Something in the way she moves me. I don't wanna leave
Long and winding road that leads to your door.
The ocean is our future. We understand, cooperate, and advance for a better future of the ocean. Korea-Indonesia Marine Technology Cooperation Research Center. In May 2016, an MOU was signed between the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of Korea and the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Affairs of Indonesia. In May 2018, the implementation arrangement was signed. In September, the MTCRC was opened at the Itebe Cirebon campus. Afterward, we are continuing various activities for the construction of the boat Ara, supporting the accident of Sriwijaya Air Flight, and planning for the installation of a marine chemical analysis lab. The MTCRC is jointly operated by the KIOST, the leading marine science and technology research institute in Korea, and the Itebe, the top science and technology university of Indonesia. There is a joint committee composed of 10 governmental representatives of both sides as a key decision-making body. Also, under the leadership of co-directors, the Planning and Administration Department, Research and Technology Department, and Education and Training Department are in operation. For effective cooperation with related institutions in Indonesia, we also operate the Jakarta office inside the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. The MTCRC conducts 3 main activities and 2 support activities. First, to build a cooperation platform. The MTCRC holds joint committees and promotes research cooperation with related institutions, including government departments, institutions, and universities on marine science and technology of Indonesia. Second, the MTCRC continuously discovers and conducts joint research projects on current ocean issues, such as operational oceanography forecasting systems, ocean satellites, ocean energy, and ocean waste management. Third, the MTCRC operates programs to foster marine science and technology experts, including ITB and KIOST Special Masters programs, and Invitational Masters and Doctoral programs in Korea. Of research and research equipment, while conducting the ODA project launched in 2019 for enhancing the capacity of marine science and technology. The MTCRC is leading the development of marine science and technology in Korea and Indonesia as an intergovernmental joint research center. The two countries will continue to build a prosperous future based on various cooperation projects and training of talents and workforce.
Until 21 in 2016. At that moment, the minister visited the Monterrey Aquarium Research Institute on Bali, and afterwards, activities in this institution are used as reference.
Kalian tahu nggak kalau Indonesia punya akuarium terbesar di dunia? Namanya Piamari Aquarium yang terletak di Pangandaran, Jawa Barat. Piamari merupakan kepanjangan dari Pangandaran Integrated Aquarium and Marine Research Institute yang dibangun oleh Badan Riset dan Sumber Daya Manusia atau BRSD MKP, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan. Akuarium ini digunakan sebagai sarana wisata edukasi dan juga untuk keperluan riset kelautan dan perikanan di Indonesia.
Tiga fasilitas utama. Yang pertama adalah kami memiliki bangunan dormitori yang diperuntukkan bagi para pengunjung, para peneliti, para penjalin kerjasama baik itu nasional maupun internasional. Kemudian kami memiliki juga fasilitas gedung riset. Gedung riset ini tentunya menjadi fasilitas utama dalam melakukan kajian-kajian riset. Kemudian gedung paling utama adalah akuarium, di mana di dalam gedung akuarium kami memiliki 4 fasilitas akuarium besar. Pertama adalah akuarium schooling, yang kedua akuarium sentuh atau touch pool, dan yang ketiga adalah akuarium tunnel, sedangkan terakhir adalah main akuarium. Tujuan dibangunnya Piamari ini adalah untuk mendukung kajian-kajian riset yang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan untuk menjawab fenomena-fenomena yang terjadi di Samudra Hindia, sekaligus memberikan edukasi yang disajikan dalam bentuk akuarium yang ada di bangunan Piamari saat ini.
Pembangunan akuarium raksasa ini adalah sebuah pencapaian besar dan berharap dapat membawa manfaat besar bagi dunia riset kelautan di Indonesia.
Jadi ini adalah main aquarium yang merupakan akuarium air laut. Ini memiliki dimensi panjang 32, lebar 10 dengan kedalaman sekitar 4 meter. Nah, di sini ini rencananya kita akan memberi ikan-ikan yang berukuran besar, baik itu ikan pari, ikan hiu, maupun ikan-ikan pelagis yang lainnya. Nah, diharapkan dari ikan-ikan itu kita dapat melakukan penelitian tentang perilaku-perilaku ikan. Bagaimana perilaku ikan dikaitkan dengan kondisi kualitas airnya dan kondisi lingkungan yang ada di sini. Selain untuk kebutuhan eduwisata, yaitu untuk bisa melihat bagaimana keanekaragaman hayati ikan di Samudra Hindia, terutama di Pangandaran, di akuarium ini. Ini adalah tunnel akuarium yang akan kami sulap menjadi nature aquarium di mana di sini akan kita buat aquascape untuk membuat akuarium ini seperti kondisi di alam. Nah, jika ini sudah menjadi aquascape, ini akan menjadi nature aquarium yang terpanjang di dunia karena memiliki panjang sekitar 47 meter, melebihi akuarium di Portugal yang memiliki panjang 40 meter. Ini adalah kolam sentuh atau touch pool dengan topik tidal pool, di mana di kolam sentuh ini kita akan memasukkan ikan-ikan karang dan juga penyu, ikan pari yang bisa dilihat secara langsung dan juga disentuh oleh para pengunjung. Ini adalah schooling aquarium yang nanti dikhususkan untuk ikan-ikan yang dia berschooling atau berenang dalam kelompok dalam satu arah yang sama. Ini juga adalah akuarium air laut.
Good afternoon everyone.
Hari ini bisa mendongkrak arus wisatawan serta meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat pesisir, khususnya daerah Pangandaran, Jawa Barat, dan Indonesia umumnya. Mari bersama-sama kita ramaikan Tiamari Pangandaran. Indonesia ini kita bisa berwisata, sekaligus belajar untuk mengenal lebih banyak potensi kelautan Indonesia.
Good afternoon everyone.
Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and Ring of Fire? Where are the locations for development that are clean, safe from natural disasters, and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires
Indonesia has
decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. BIG has transformed substantially from 1930 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator, prepare the data and regulations, while also implementing.
Good day, thank you to the committee for giving me the opportunity to present here my works with my supervisor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Putu Ferry Swastika and I am a PhD student at Bandung Institute of Technology Indonesia. Here I would like to discuss some mathematical application for modeling and simulation of dam bridging or dam break. Our project title is the Momentum Conserving Sim Implementation for Simulating Dam Break Flow through various contraction. Our talk will be a quarter of an hour, so it won't be too complicated, but here we just want to show our work in a modeling and simulation perspective using a mathematical equation called the Saint-Venant equation. This equation is well known and widely discussed in various fields. Our content of discussion today will be divided into 5 main parts.
Works hand in hand with the associated government
Good
bodies.
afternoon, everyone.
We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy, guaranteeing access to information, credible information, proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of
Indonesia has
of Indonesia's society.
this number 18 years
And the idea to build Piamari
concerning the state business management area identified into 11 million
Saya Iwan Milano, Dekan Fakultas Ilmu dan Teknologi Kebumian Institut Teknologi Bandung. Selamat datang pada putra putri terbaik di Fakultas Ilmu dan Teknologi.
Dari namanya saja itu adalah ilmu dan teknologi kebumian, maka di fakultas ini diajarkan semua yang berkaitan dengan kebumian, terutama yang ada di Indonesia ini, mulai dari hasil buminya yang cukup kaya kita dengan minyak dan gas bumi, kemudian ada bencana geologi juga dipelajari di sini, dan juga gempa bumi yang dipelajari di geodesi dan geomatika, dan juga Indonesia adalah negara keempat yang memiliki pesisir terpanjang di dunia, dan itu diajarkan di oceanografi, dan juga ilmu tentang iklim yang dipelajari di meteorologi. Jadi silakan kalau adik-adik dari SMA akan masuk ke FTB, maka yang siap untuk mempelajari teknik tentang kebumian, silakan, selamat datang di FTB.
Entitled Pangandaran Integrated Aquarium and Marine Research Institute or Piamari, a facility to support marine conservation in Indonesia. Piamari was built
kerja sendiri, kebanyakan lulusan kami itu ada yang menjadi peneliti, di mana dia melanjutkan studi S2, S3-nya itu seperti Jepang, Jerman, dan Prancis. Kemudian kebanyakan juga menjadi konsultan. Di sini konsultan cuaca itu pekerjaannya seperti memberikan analisis cuaca tentang bagaimana suatu keadaan itu harusnya dilakukan. Umumnya mereka bekerja di perusahaan seperti pertambangan, perminyakan, dan pertanian. Ada juga lulusan-lulusan dari kami itu yang menjadi kepala departemen di BPPT dan kepala departemen di BMK.
I use as reference to design Piamari. And Pangandaran was chosen as the location for Piamari because of its of Indian Ocean.
Saya akan menjelaskan tentang prospek lulusan oceanografi. Untuk lulusan para oceanografi biasanya terkonsentrasi menjadi 3 bidang, yaitu adalah seorang peneliti, menjadi seorang surveyor di lapangan, atau bahkan menjadi seorang analis di suatu perusahaan-perusahaan. Dan di sini untuk peneliti sendiri biasanya untuk mahasiswa yang ingin melanjutkan studi di berbagai universitas dalam atau di luar negeri, seperti Tokyo Institute of Technology, di Hamburg University, atau bahkan bisa sampai Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dan untuk field surveyor itu bagi orang-orang yang suka kerja di lapangan, tapi khususnya di laut. Contohnya di perusahaan seperti Scramble, perusahaan Fugro, atau perusahaan seperti Pagio. Dan yang ketiga adalah sebagai seorang analis lingkungan. Biasanya dibutuhkan untuk memberikan informasi kepada perusahaan-perusahaan yang melakukan industri gas atau pertambangan. Di sini seperti Freeport, Newmont, atau juga bahkan perusahaan seperti Pertamina, Total,
as well as
atau bahkan
marine conservation destination, tourism destination for Indian Ocean. By definition, marine technology is a technology for exploiting marine resources, protecting the marine environment, and intervening with the aim of adding value to the existing marine environment.
Untuk melakukan
So,
kegiatan kita
based on this
Jadi situ
definition,
bisa mulai dari
PMRI will
sebelum
conduct research
perencanaan,
activities related to marine
pemantauan sampai
engineering,
evaluasi.
hydrodynamics, surface and subsea support, underwater technology and engineering, management and utilization of non-renewable and renewable marine
BPN atau BIG gitu.
protection of the marine environment, and also tourism and safety. Meanwhile, as a marine conservation tourism destination for the Indian Ocean, PMRI will carry out activities similar to what is being done in Bari. PMRI will become one of the important marine conservation tourism destinations with several giant aquariums. The location of PMRI that is in the famous tourist destination in West Java makes it very possible for this to be
An Indonesian
realized.
passenger plane carrying more than 60 people has
And
gone missing
In
shortly
PMRI,
after
there
takeoff.
are three types
A
of
tragedy that
giant
left deep
aquariums
sorrow for
built,
the Indonesian people came at
namely
2:30 p.m.
schooling
local
aquarium,
time on Friday,
manned
January the
or
9th,
teacher
2021.
aquarium,
Sriwijaya Air
and tunnel
SJ182 plane with the Jakarta
Now,
Pontianak flight route crashed 4 minutes
let's look
after
in
takeoff
more
from
detail
Soekarno
at
Hatta
PMRI
International
and
Airport.
all
The plane
existing
carrying
facilities
62
to
passengers
support marine
experienced a drop in
conservation
altitude
activities
of 10,000 feet
in
in 1 minute,
Indonesia,
which
especially in the Indian
Ladies and
Ocean.
gentlemen, may we have your attention, please?
This
The
is
conference
the
will start in a
location of
moment.
PMRI around the Cikidang fish
Ladies
landing
and
base
gentlemen,
in
we will
Pangandaran region.
move on to the second parallel oral
This location
presentations.
is
We have provided
facing
4
directly to
breakout rooms
Pangandaran
and
Bay.
1 additional
That is
breakout
part
room
of
for the sessions.
the Indian Ocean.
We kindly invite the
And there
speakers
are
to the
3 main
designated
buildings
rooms and participants
in
to
the
join
area
the room of your
10 hectares,
choice. Room
namely
A
the aquarium
holds a
building,
mini symposium
research and
titled Marine
laboratory
Hazard
building,
and Coastal Degradation
dormitory.
on Tsunami and Modeling, and will be moderated by Karina Aprilia, STMT.
The aquarium building has an area
Room
of
B
about
holds a mini
7,000
symposium
meters square,
titled Marine Geodesy,
consists
Satellite
of
and
3
Operational
floors,
Oceanography, and
and
will
has
be
a
moderated
vertical
by Elgo
evacuation
Dustra
structure
Kartiko
for
Putro.
tsunami.
Room C holds a mini
Inside this
symposium
building,
titled
there
Marine
are
Resources,
facilities for
Conservation,
groundwater
and
tank
Integrated Coastal
to
Zone
store and
Management,
treat
and will be
rainwater
moderated
used
by
for
Dr. Rima
aquarium,
Rahmayani.
a quarantine room consisting of 5
Room D holds a mini
quarantine tanks,
symposium on partnership
cold storage
and will be moderated by Yvonne Rajawane,
fresh
PhD.
fresh
Room E is a
fish,
special
a
room. This is
room to
additional.
prepare fresh fish,
You will see it
3
on
giant
screen.
aquariums and their
Please
recirculation
be
system,
advised
as well
regarding
as
the
life support
rules,
system,
topics, and schedules for
a
joining the
pool
session.
and a maritime museum.
Please join the meeting of your
Research
choice
and
through
laboratory
the
building
breakout
has
rooms
an area of
provided.
about 4,000 meters
Should you
square,
encounter any difficulty,
consists of 3
please
floors
contact
or
us
so,
for assistance.
and also equipped with
Please be
a
reminded
vertical
to go back to
evacuation
this main
structure
room at
for tsunami.
3:30 Western Indonesia time.
This building has
Thank
a
you and
workshop
enjoy the
and
conference.
some laboratories such as hydrodynamic laboratory, mechatronic laboratory, a numerical model laboratory, and a laboratory to support operational activities.
Recording in
aquarium
progress.
building. At the moment, the focus of marine technology research activities that will be carried out at PMRI is the development of measurement and monitoring vehicles and
Hello, good
instrumentation
afternoon.
for
Pak
coastal
Agus, can
and
you hear me?
marine dynamic disaster, especially
Oke,
tsunami, and to support marine and fisheries production activities such as new and renewable energy, salt production,
Okay, I think we can start. So I will welcome you all, the participant in room C, that is the mini symposium of marine resources, conservation and integrated coastal zone management, or ICZM. My name is Rima Rahmayani, and I will act as moderator in this session. Here with me there is Pak Faisal and Ganesha and also Reno as operator. And this session will be from 13:30 to 15:30 Western Indonesian time. And today afternoon session will consist of one invited speaker presentation, 6 oral presenter, and 1 flash presenter. Before that, I would like to remind you that we will have a discussion session after each presentation, and you can ask the question. You can drop the question in the chat box, or you can raise your hand until I allow you to open the microphone. So the first presentation will be from our invited speaker, that is Pak Dr. Rernat Agus Setiawan, SSI MSI. Pak Agus is a senior oceanographer
my name is Agus
from
Setiawan
the
from Marine Research
Ministry
Center,
of Marine
Agency for
Affairs
Marine
and
Fisheries Research and
Fisheries.
Human Resources,
However,
Ministry
Pak
of
Agus
Marine
is
Affairs and
assigned
Fisheries of the Republic
as
of
a
Indonesia.
manager or senior engineer
In this
at the Piamari,
opportunity,
or
I will deliver
Pangandaran
a
Integrated Aquarium and
presentation
Marine Research
entitled
Institute. And I'm
Pangandaran
sure you
Integrated
already
Aquarium
know
and
Pak
Marine
Agus,
Research
since
Institute,
Pak Agus
or
is
Piamari,
appear in
a
the
facility
video
to
that
support
we've seen
marine
many
conservation
times
in
in our
Indonesia.
conference. And actually, Pak Agus' expertise also
my name is
mostly
Agus
in the
Setiawan from Marine
oceanography,
Research Center,
operational
Agency for
oceanography,
Marine and
numerical
Fisheries
modeling,
Research
and
Human
also
Resources,
climate variability.
Ministry
And
of
with
Marine Affairs and
regard to
Fisheries of
the
the Republic of Indonesia.
today
In this
presentation,
opportunity,
Pak Agus will
I will
introduce
deliver
our
a
biggest
presentation entitled
aquarium, and we will have the discussion after this presentation.
Hello, my name is Agus Setiawan from Marine Research Center, Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia. In this opportunity, I will deliver a presentation entitled Pangandaran Integrated Aquarium and Marine Research Institute, or Piamari, a facility to support marine conservation in Indonesia. Piamari was built from 2017 to 2019, and the idea to build Piamari appeared after official visit of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia to the United States on March 13 until 21 in 2015. At that moment, the minister visited the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, or MBARI, and afterward, activities in this institution are used as reference to design Piamari. And Pangandaran was chosen as the location for Piamari because of its strategic position as part of Indian Ocean, where several important natural phenomena influencing seawater circulation and climate on a regional and global scale. Piamari is located in Indonesian Fishing Management Area 573 with relatively large potential for fish resources, both for pelagic and coral fish species, crustaceans and lobster, and also squids. Along the southern coast of Java, Bali, and Nusa Tenggara, extending from east to west, there is an upwelling area that occurs during the southeast monsoon from June to August, where during this period, capture fisheries production in this fishing management area tends to increase. Piamari is built in order to develop a research center for marine technology, as well as a marine conservation destination, tourism destination for Indian Ocean. By definition, marine technology is a technology for exploring and exploiting marine resources, protecting the marine environment, and intervening with the aim of adding value to the existing marine environment. So,
Based on this definition, PMRI will conduct research activities related to marine engineering, hydrodynamics, surface and subsea support, underwater technology and engineering, management and utilization of non-renewable and renewable marine resources, protection of the marine environment, and also tourism and safety. Meanwhile, as a marine conservation tourism destination for the Indian Ocean, PMRI will carry out activities similar to what is being done in Bari. PMRI will become one of the important marine conservation tourism destinations with several giant aquariums. The location of PMRI, that is in the famous tourist destination in West Java. Now, let's look in more detail at PMRI and all existing facilities to support marine conservation activities in Indonesia, especially in the Indian Ocean. This is a detailed location of PMRI around the Cikidang fish landing base in Pangandaran Regency. This location is facing directly to Pangandaran Bay, that is part of the Indian Ocean, and there are 3 main buildings in the area of 10 hectares, namely the aquarium building, research and laboratory building, and dormitory. The aquarium building has an area of about 7,000 meters square, consists of 3 floors, and has a vertical evacuation structure for tsunami. Inside this building, there are facilities for a groundwater tank to store and treat raw water used for aquariums, a quarantine room consisting of 5 quarantine tanks, a cold storage to store fresh fish feed, a room to prepare fresh fish feed, 3 giant aquariums and their recirculation system, as well as life support system, a touch pool, and a maritime museum. Research and laboratory building has an area of about 4,000 meters square, consists of 3 floors also, and also equipped with a vertical evacuation structure for tsunami. This building has a workshop and some laboratories such as hydrodynamic laboratory, a mechatronic laboratory, a numerical model laboratory, and a laboratory to support operational activities in the aquarium building. At the moment, the focus of marine technology research activities that will be carried out at PMRI is the development of measurement and monitoring vehicles and instrumentation for coastal and marine dynamic disaster, especially tsunami, and to support marine and fisheries production activities such as new and renewable energy, salt production, capture fisheries, and aquaculture. The dormitory has an area around 900 meters square. The facilities available at the dormitory are kitchen, laundry room, and a lounge on the ground floor. 10 bedroom in the class of a 3-star hotel is on the first and second floors. And these rooms are prioritized for use by researchers who are conducting research activities at PMRI. PMRI has 3 giant aquariums, each of which is named according to this designation or shape, namely the schooling aquarium, tunnel aquarium and the theater or main aquarium. In addition, there is also one touch pool that allows visitors to take a closer look and interact with the fish. The schooling aquarium, with a water volume of 137,000 liters, is equipped with a life support system located below the ground floor. And the equipment used in the life support system is sand filters, protein skimmers, UV lamp, and also ozonizer with a recirculation system. And after enjoying the schooling aquarium on the ground floor, right after entering the entrance, visitors can go up to the first floor and find a maritime museum that is expected to display exhibition materials related to marine archaeology. And then after the maritime museum, right next to it, visitors can interact with marine fish in a tidal pool. This pool has a depth of ½ meter with a sand bottom, and the walls are 3D painted. Touch pool with tidal pool topic displays underwater life near the beach where the tidal dynamics occur. And through this touch pool, visitors are expected to be more aware of the importance of cleanliness in the coastal environment in preserving marine resources and biodiversity. Next to the touch pool is a tunnel aquarium. This tunnel aquarium is the next giant aquarium in the aquarium building. This aquarium is designed to be a nature aquarium that is able to display the aquascape of a complete freshwater ecosystem. With a length of about 47 meters, an average width of 3 meters, and a depth of 3 meters, this aquarium, made with 8 centimeter thick acrylic, is predicted to be able to break the records of the largest nature aquarium in the world, which is currently held by the Nature Aquarium at Oceanário de Lisboa in Portugal, which is 40 meter length. This aquarium will become an icon for Indonesia, of course, and is expected to stimulate the growth of the ornamental fish industry in the country. The aquarium will also be able to become an ex situ research facility for freshwater ecosystem and a typical Indonesian aquatic plant. The volume of water needed for this tunnel aquarium is about 474,000 liters. The next giant aquarium in Piamari is the main aquarium or theater aquarium. This aquarium is a seawater aquarium that is curved to resemble a theater stage to support its function as a theater and the main underwater performance center for Piamari Aquarium. At the front of the aquarium is designed to have seating for visitors. In this area, interactive activities between the visitors and aquarium staff will occur, where the educational process can be designed and implemented in various ways. My main aquarium with a depth of 4 meters is made of 15 centimeter thick acrylic. The total length of the aquarium is 32 meters, with a width of 10 meters at the edges and about 8 meters in the middle. The length for The acrylic stretch is 24 meters, and the volume of seawater needed to fill the aquarium is about 1.2 million liters. Raw water for this aquarium is first processed in the groundwater tank with a capacity of 200,000 liters, which is also underground. And the raw water is after that sterilized and also nicer and enriched with oxygen by means of aeration. And the following is a list of fish collection in the Piamari Aquarium. Most of the collection are fish that live in Pangandaran waters. And some of these fish collection come from donation, both from private and institutional. And behind the giant aquarium operating at Piamari, there is a life support system that works behind the scene to maintain the quality of the water in the aquarium. Each aquarium and touch pool has its own life support system, which is fully operational 24 hours. And for seawater, the life support system used consists of sand filter, protein skimmer, UV lamp, and ozonizer. Meanwhile, for the freshwater, the life support system used consists of sand filter and the UV lamp. And for tunnel aquarium, if its function as nature aquarium has been realized, it is necessary to add additional facilities such as CO2 supply system in order to support the photosynthesis process, and chiller and heater to maintain the water temperature. So that's all about Piamari facilities for marine conservation, and hopefully this information good enough, and we are welcome to have questions during discussion session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Agus, for the interesting presentation. So since we are watching the Piamari, I think we want to go there and to have some picnic, I guess, yeah. So Pak Agus is here with us now, so we could start our discussion. And I'm thinking since we are here, there are 35 participants.
Hello,
Is there any question from the audience? You can raise your hand and open your mic.
Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources.
I will limit it to
Ministry of
3
Marine
questions
Affairs and
first.
Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia.
Is there any question from the audience?
Yes, hello, Ms. Rima. Maybe you can give me an opportunity
Yes, please.
to talk with Mr. Agus.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Rima. Hello, Pak Agus.
Hello,
Good morning.
Penny.
Good afternoon. How are you, Pak Agus?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, nice presentation. It's like you bring me to Pangandaran tour. I have already gone to Pangandaran about 2 years ago, but I think for nowadays Pangandaran is more completely and luxury building and aquarium. So I just want to know, Pak Agus, based on our ministry said about technology and Pangandaran, Piamari is the center of research technology. So maybe do you have a plan about something about how connected Pangandaran as research technology center with IoT or 4.0 technology, maybe for the next Pangandaran more digitally or something is equivalent with 4.0 technology as based on Pak Menteri said yesterday. Thank you, Pak Agus. Good luck for Pangandaran our team.
Oke, Bu Rima langsung ya.
Yes, please, Pak Agus.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Penny, for your question. Yeah, so actually, if we look into detail that the aquarium is an exit to ecosystem that used to also take care of fish and organism from sea and also from freshwater. And these facilities need a lot of technology, including high technology, because we have to maintain the water quality, and this water quality should be at least similar to the condition in the nature. And this is the challenge for Pia Mari. And in this case, of course, we should build or design technology that can support the operational of aquarium. And of course, Internet of Things will be used also in this case, because to monitor the water quality and then give warning to us, and then after that also will give comment to the instrument that we have to operate, so the water quality will be maintained automatically. So the automatic system is needed, especially for giant aquarium like in Pia Mari. And also since the Pia Mari has a big aquarium, we can also use this aquarium to test some underwater instrument before test those instruments into the sea for the real condition. So of course, from this point of view, the aquarium itself and also the marine and technology research can be done as in an integrated way in Pia Mari Aquarium.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agus. Nice explanation. Thanks, Miss Rima. Okay, enough. Good luck, Pak Agus.
Thank you, Ibu Penny.
Thank you, Ibu Penny and Pak Agus. Okay, for next question, maybe from the audience. Do you have any questions? For one last question, maybe. Otherwise, I will have a question for Pak Agus regarding to the Pia Mari as research activities. So, so you said that the Pia Mari started from 2017. So, can you explain about the research activity that have been done in Pia Mari since 2017? Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Rima. So, in the previous session, in the morning session today, there are some, and also yesterday, there are some speakers present research result from Pia Mari, and especially the research here we related to tsunami early warning system and also salt production at the moment. And in the ongoing research, also we have some research related to how to make an instrument that can maintain the water quality in an aquarium that can be used for coral reef, because the coral reef is very sensitive and needs a lot of instrument to support the healthy of this coral reef, such as for the mineral, for the temperature, and also for the pH, etc. So we since 2017 we just started build the building, and then finished in 2019, and then after that started in 2020. We start to make some research activities here related to the tsunami early warning system, salt production, and also instrument to maintain the water quality in the aquarium in all aspects, physical aspect, biological aspect, and also chemical aspect. That's we have done here, and hopefully this result can be used, especially for the aquarium, can be also produced to make this instrument can be used also for the hobbies in
Yes.
Indonesia.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
Pak. Okay, Pak Agus, thank you very much for the discussion. Unfortunately, we have limited time, so we will come back to Pak Agus if we have more time. Thank you again, Pak Agus, and good luck for the Piamari. And next, we are going to
Good afternoon,
move
everyone.
to the
I'm
next
Yoko Hani
presenter, that
Restiansi.
is
I'm
Yoko
Junior
Hani
Researcher at Research Institute for Marine Fisheries,
Restiansi from the Research Institute for Marine Fisheries, with the title
Good
of the
afternoon,
relationship
everyone.
between
I'm Yoko Hani
oceanographic parameters
Restiansi. I'm
and
Junior
fish
Researcher at
larval
Research Institute
dispersal
for
in
Marine
the fisheries
Fisheries,
management area
Minister
of the
of
Republic
Marine
Indonesia.
Affairs and Fisheries,
And Bu
Indonesia.
Yoko has
But now I'm an earth science student
sent
at
the
Institute
video,
Teknologi
so the
Bandung.
operator will
I
start the
will
video.
be
And we
presenting
will,
my research about the various. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yoko Hani Restiansi. I'm Junior Researcher at Research Institute for Marine Fisheries, Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. But now I'm an earth science student at Institute Teknologi Bandung. I will be presenting my research about the relationship between oceanographic parameter and fish larva dispersal in the fisheries management area of the Republic Indonesia, FMA 717. Okay. Indonesia have the regulation of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries number 18 years 2014 concerning the state fisheries management area. Indonesia is divided into 11 management areas. There is one of which is FMA 717. FMA 717 covers the water of the Cendrawasih Bay and Pacific Ocean. And the other regulation from Ministry of Forestry, number 8009, year 2002, states that the Cendrawasih Bay as Marine National Park and include conservation zone. Government of Indonesia is targeting the development of marine conservation area of 28.1 million hectares in 2024. To reach the target, it should be in the line with management effectiveness. As we know, Indonesia have a lot of fishermen, including in FMA 717. Someone et al. Said fishing activity in FMA 717, especially in pelagic fisheries, it is still possible to add more fishing effort. For this reason, the addition of fishing effort need to be balanced with knowledge of spawning location and fish larva distribution. So we can protect conservation area and get a sustainable fisheries. This is my sampling location. Oceanography data and fish larva obtained from the cruise marine survey using KR Baul Putih 3 in November 2019 consists 42 observation stations. We got oceanographic data from CTD Seabird SBE 19 with 7 parameters. They are temperature, salinity, oxygen, chlorophyll A, turbidity, PAR, and pH. And fish larva we taken using bongonet. We got data from cruise. They are from CTD and bongonet is water sample. CTD data we processing with software SBE data processing. And the sample of larva obtained is stored on each bottle sample of 500 milliliter and preserved in a solution of alcohol 95%. The next is done by counting the number of larvae in the laboratory And counting larva refers to the larva fish standard get shifted. And then we overlay oceanography data and fish larva and analysis with PCA to determine the relationship both of them. And we also do analytical regression by using t-test and f-test. And we got oceanographic parameter affecting abundance of pelagic fish larvae. This is my result for fish larva dispersal and marked by a red cycle. The large cycle size indicates the more individual fish larvae. Larvae of pelagic fish were formed in semi-enclosed area. It is Cendrawasih Bay compared to the number of fish larvae obtained in open water which directly border the Pacific Ocean. The number of fish larvae in Cendrawasih Bay from 500 until 1,850 individual per cubic meter, much higher than in the Pacific Ocean area. It was only 7 until 150 individual per cubic meter. The most location of fish larvae we found at station number 20. This is station number 20 with 1,850 individual per cubic meter near Rumber Pond and Roswar Island. The lowest of fish larvae was found at station number 1, where location this station is directly adjacent to the Pacific Ocean. The pictures show overlay of an oceanographic parameter with abundance fish larvae. We found highest abundance fish larvae in Cendrawasih Bay, with a range of value for each parameter, where temperature 29.5 until 30.4 degrees Celsius, salinity 32 until 35 PSU, oxygen 4 until 5.5 milligram per liter, chlorophyll A 0.06 until 0.15 milligram per cubic meter, turbidity 0.05 until 0.18 NTU per 0.01 until 42, and pH 9.7 until 9.8. While the station number 20, where many fish larvae found the value of each oceanographic parameter, where temperature is 29.9 degrees Celsius, salinity 33.2 PSU, oxygen 4.8 milligram per liter, chlorophyll A 0.09 milligram per cubic meter, turbidity 0.06 NTU per 0.01, and pH 9.7. From PCA, we got the result where the oceanographic parameter that have a direct relationship with fish larvae, they are temperature and salinity, with equilibrium between the two being very close compared to other parameters. The start value for each parameter were temperature 4.065, salinity 3.996, oxygen 4.495, chlorophyll A 4.584, turbidity 4.584, PAR 4.433, and pH 4.415, which the value greater than T-table value is 2.028. To see the simultaneously the oceanographic parameter affecting the presence of fish larva, use F-test with a 95% confidence interval. The result of the F-test obtained that the calculate F value of 203.484 is greater than for a stable value is 2.134, which R square is 83%. The presence of fish larvae in FMA 717 spread in several locations with the highest abundance found in Sulawesi Bay. Oceanographic parameters have their own part in the presence of fish larvae. The spatial correlation between oceanographic parameter and distribution of fish larvae. The oceanographic parameters that have domain are temperature and salinity. They are components that affect the density, where the density can form the occurrence of water mass movement and ocean current. And we have known about fish larvae have passive motion where their movement is influenced by water mass movements. Swimming and even random change arising from the turbulent nature of ocean flow can all affect the probability that larvae will be transported to a particular destination. This was a first look at a big question for marine conservation. More investigation required. The study result will be important to the current marine conservation and sustainable fisheries in FMA 717. This is my reference. This is the end of my presentation. I would like to say thank you for the time that are given to me.
Thank you very much, Bu Yoke, for the presentation. And we are now, we can have the discussion session for 3 minutes. So is there any question for Bu Yoke? Because Bu Yoke seems ready to answer the question.
Good afternoon, everyone.
From the audience, you can raise your hand or just open your mic, please.
Research Institute for Marine Fisheries, Minister of Marine
Any
Affairs and
question from the
Fisheries,
audience?
Indonesia. But now
yes,
I'm
please,
an
Pak
earth
Agus.
science student
Yeah,
at Institute
thank you very
Teknologi
much.
Bandung. I
Bu
will
Yoke,
be
my
presenting
question is
my
about
research
your
about the
PS
relationship
data
between
that
oceanographic
you
parameter and
measured
fish larvae
in the
dispersal in the
Cendrawasih Bay
fisheries management area
and
of the
surrounding area
Republic
in
Indonesia.
FMS 717. The value is higher than 9. Do you have any analysis of this value? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Agus, for the question. I don't have to analyze about the value of pH because this is just preliminary my research. So I not yet to finish to analyze for the all parameter.
Okay, thank you, Bu Yoke. Is there any more question for Bu Yoke from the audience? Okay, Bu Yoke, I have one question. Because as far as I know, that Cendrawasih, and from the PPT that you showed, that the Cendrawasih Bay is in the northern part of Papua, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So so will you consider like the seasonal variability or ENSO? Because as far as I know that that area is also affected by the ENSO, for example.
Yes. We taken ocean current data with using CTD, but I'm not yet to finish to analyze, but I will use and analyze the current data, ocean current data and tides due to my thesis project.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Yoko, and good luck for your further research in this topic. Okay, so since we have to move to other presentation, so we will move to Ibu Penny Diah Kusumaningrum from the agency Marine Research Center, Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources, with the titles of Concept and Design of Integrated and Sustainable Seaweed Resource Information System for Coastal and Small Islands Community in Indonesia. Since Bu Yoko have sent the video, the operator will play the audio.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I am so happy to be here attending the third international conference on MSAT. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I am so happy to be here attending the third international conference on MSAT that held in Pangandaran. Let me introduce myself. My name is Penny Diah Kusumaningrum. I am from Marine Research Center, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Today, at this moment, I will present the paper about seaweed information system. So, let me to share my screen. This is our paper. The title is Concept and Design of Integrated and Sustainable Seaweed Resources Information System for Coastal and Small Island Communities in Indonesia. Content of slide, introduction, methodology, result and discussion, and conclusion. Introduction. Based of the fact, Indonesia is the biggest seaweed producer, of course, after China. There are three main seaweed that cultivated in Indonesia: Spinosum, Spinosum, Ecotoni, and Glaciolaria. Why seaweed is important? Because seaweed industry can improve social welfare and increase economic welfare in coastal and small island. Seaweed industry, leading the fisheries commodity, produce two-thirds global supply, provide main source or alternative livelihood, and seaweed as raw material for hydrocolloid industry. This is the following map, so the potential area for growth of seaweed. Based on this map, Indonesia has a huge potential area, seaweed potential area from Aceh to Papua Barat. But we have the issue. There are still several seaweed industry problems in Indonesia, west from upstream to downstream. The problem are seed source, potential area parameters, climate and weather, post-processing based on standard national Indonesia, dry seaweed press list, type and method of product marketing, warehouse system, institutional, distribution and marketing network. So, what we offer? We offer seaweed information system. By using seaweed information system to address the lack of synergistic data and information on seaweed industry from upstream to downstream. Seaweed information system as an initial solution in documenting data and information needed by stakeholders and seaweed value chain actors. Seaweed information system is the integrated system design that considers traceability, food safety, accessibility, and sustainability. Methodology. Our approach to The study is the study stakeholder interview and field study. In field study, we were visiting Seribu Island and Karawang Regency. At the Seribu Island, we did communicating with the farmers. We learned how they cultivating, harvesting, drying, and selling to the collectors. And the Karawang city, we were visiting seaweed warehouse. We learned how the seaweed management by KUD Minajaya. Research and discussion. This is the value chain seaweed in Indonesian context. There are four main actors from upstream to downstream. The farmers is the main actors in upstream level. Farmers doing seaweed cultivating, drying, and selling to collectors, and collectors selling the dry seaweed to the traders, and the traders will be delivering seaweed to exporter and or processing industry. Collectors and the traders are the middleman person who connecting the farmers between farmers and exporter or processing industry. The downstream level need traceability from the upstream. Why traceability is important? Because traceability will keep the seaweed product both in quality and quantity. This is the scheme of information needs in seaweed farming value chain. Every stakeholder needs data and information. Why? Because by using data information, will be encouraging seaweed processing industry for its stakeholder. This is the content design of seaweed information system based on needs of business actors and their information role. There are four menu or features on the seaweed information system. The first menu is climate and weather. From climate and weather, we will get information about temperature, no rain days, humidity, rainfall intensity, wind streamline, and sea surface temperature. Climate and weather to promote environmentally sustainable farming practice, disaster management, and for early warning system. The second menu is warehouse. Warehouse is dedicated for middle person. Why warehouse menu is very important? Because from warehouse menu we can knowing the seaweed production, real-time seaweed production in its location. Warehouse system is for food safety, traceability, capacity building, empowerment, and market access. The third menu is potential and suitable area. It's about the site of land suitability, production, warehouse, manufacturing, and feedstock. From potential and suitable area, for the promote environmentally sustainable farming practice, enhance market access, financial inclusion, insurance, and risk management. The fourth menu is knowledge. Knowledge is everything about seaweed. From the knowledge system, we will know agriculture extension and affectory service, regulatory, and policy. This is the development of information system based on information need. The green color, this is two color, green color and brown color. The green color have been available on the concept of seaweed information system, and the brown color will be developed on the third year to enrich the future of seaweed information system. This is the roadmap of information system. Previously, We have a lot of study about seaweed, which has been done by Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. This is our work in first year. We are doing the design and concept of seaweed information system. We are doing planning and analyzing. And the second year, we will do implementation of seaweed information system that the system will going to the web. The third year, we will do further develop on the web to enrich the feature. We will do update the basis data, add the information, and improve the algorithm. And the fourth year, we will develop seaweed information system released on mobile platform. We prefer using Android platform because the most of Indonesian people using Android on their smartphone. Conclusion. The issue of seaweed business is traceability from downstream to upstream. The challenge that issue, we develop the design of concept seaweed information system. The design of seaweed information system must be triggered by user requirement, often by field study and stakeholder interview. So, seaweed information system concept is a bottom-up concept. The early stage of development of seaweed information system is to provide information about the weather and climate, warehouse, sustainable area, and knowledge. But in the future, will be developed into platform mobile application to make it easier in using. So finally, seaweed information system must be a proof of concept with provides. At the end, we would like say thank you to all the authors. Penny Diah Kusumaningrum, me, Miss Nur Asmi Ratna Setiawidati, Miss Safitri Citra Kusuma, Miss Rini Rahmania, Mr. Hani Chandra, Mr. Agus Sufyan, Miss Justifia Firdaus, Mr. Daud Sianturi, and Miss Ira Dilenia. And I would like to say thank you for all your attention, and we will continue with discuss. Thank you very much, and see you.
Thank you, Ibu Penny, for the impressive concept design of the seaweed resource information system. And we have one question from the audience. Please, Afrionesti, to open your mic.
Hello, good afternoon. It's very interesting presentation. I will have a question, but I don't know, it's really related to your concept of seaweed
information system.
Yeah, seaweed information system. Actually, I have a friend. He have a culinary business, and he said that it's based in his experience, it's quite difficult to get the seaweed from Indonesia. He said that basically he got the good quality, like the dried seaweed. It's not from Indonesia, but yeah, he knows that Indonesia had a lot of seaweed potential. Can maybe based on your experience, why this could happen in Indonesia, and is this issue also added into your system, seaweed system? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Rima, should I
yes,
answer
please,
directly?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rima. Thank you, Miss Afri, right? Yes, thank you for your information about your friend that has culinary business and see how he use seaweed as raw material to get in food. It is you say that it's pretty quite difficult to get seaweed from Indonesia because even we have a lot of industry seaweed and most of them are exported to other country and doing for processing industry. So maybe we will add the information about our seaweed, so you can or your friend or the owner of seaweed food industry can access this menu to enrich their business in seaweed processing, seaweed food processing. Thank you for your information. This is feedback for us. Thank you, Miss Afi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Penny. I have one short question, Bu Penny.
Okay.
As far as I understood that the information system will be on the website, but it's also possible to open from the smartphone in the Android. Is that correct?
Yes, right.
So I mean, how about, is there any plan to make the system as application on the smartphone? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rima. Maybe I have answered your question by when you watching my presentation, the last presentation, I saw the roadmap of the development of seaweed information system. The first when we are developing information system, we must going to every steps. Maybe the first step about concepting, the second step about how supervision can be accessed to any website, and then after that we are evaluating and teaching about the lag or everything, and if everything is okay, after that we will going to mobile application. This is like
Institute of Marine Biology and Pharmacology, Ocean College, Zhejiang University, and the presentation will be comparative analysis of rhamnolipids produced under different oxygen conditions and their promising bioprospecting. Since Li Jiajiang has sent the video and the operator will play the video.
Today, my topic is about comparative analysis of rhamnolipids produced under different oxygen conditions and their promising bioprospecting. The presentation will unfold as the following aspects. With the increasing depletion of conventional, everyone, my name is Jiang Lijia and I'm from the Zhejiang University. Today, my topic is about comparative analysis of rhamnolipids produced under different oxygen conditions and their promising bioprospecting. The presentation will unfold as the following aspects. With the increasing depletion of conventional petrochemical energy on the land, marine resources have caught the public attention in recent years. It can be divided into mineral resources, chemical resources, power resources like wind power plant, and bioresources. Meanwhile, bioresources, especially the microorganisms and algae, are usually considered as untapped resources and worth to be explored more deeply. Biosurfactants are typical amphiphilic molecules with high surface activity and low critical micelle concentration, which are produced by various microbes. Different from commonly used synthetic chemical surfactants, biosurfactants own distinguished biocompatibility, high stability, and eco-friendly property. Therefore, biosurfactants have a rather wide application in household chemicals, environmental remediation, and petrochemical engineering, and so on. Rhamnolipids are one of the most studied biosurfactants. They were first reported in 1946, consist of 1 or 2 rhamnose molecules with 1 or 2 fatty acids groups, and Pseudomonas aeruginosin is one of the most common rhamnolipids producers. The biosynthesis of rhamnolipids homologs differs with the changes of microbes, carbon source, and cultural conditions. Properties of different rhamnolipids vary with their homologous composition, and most studies focus on the rhamnolipids produced under aerobic condition. However, growing and producing rhamnolipids under anaerobic conditions do make great sense since it broadens the biosurfactants application in anaerobic surroundings, such as sediment bioremediation and core flooding. Here is a graphic abstract. The rhamnolipids producing strain Pseudomonas CH1 was previously isolated from oily sludge collected from ship repair plants. As shown in the Figure 1a, the surface tension of AO and NO both reached the minimal and balanced value at 24 hours, and the NO appeared a lower surface tension value than AO. CH1 grew better in aerobic condition. Additionally, the rhamnolipids production of AO was 3.81 gram per liter, and the production of NO was 1.57 gram per liter. As shown in the Figure 1b, the below one was the oil spreading picture of AO, and its diameter was 11.9 cm. The above one was the oil spreading picture of NO, and its diameter was high up to 17.5 cm, which means that the surface activity of fermentation liquids in anaerobic condition was better to some degree, and the result was consistent with the variation of surface tension. Additionally, it's worth noting that oil spreading diameter of AO began to keep declining from 72 hours to 120 hours, while the oil spreading diameter of NO was stable during the late period of cultivation. The reason for it might be that the product rhamnolipids were further utilized as carbon source during the late fermentation, since the growth of CH1 was obviously more thriving in the aerobic condition. After the fermentation, the rhamnolipids were extracted and structure identification was conducted. Figure 2 shows the liquid chromatogram results of rhamnolipids produced under aerobic condition. The 4th, 5th, 6th homologs occupied half of the AO, as shown in the Figure 3. The 2nd and the 3rd homologs accounted for the most content in the rhamnolipids produced under anaerobic condition. Therefore, the rhamnolipids produced aerobically had a rich composition of rhamnolipids homologs, which consist of 7 kinds of dirhamnolipids congeners and 3 monorhamnolipids, while rhamnolipids produced anaerobically possesses a rather high content of monorhamnolipids congeners, which promises it better hydrophobic ability. So, oxygen exerts some effect indeed on the biosynthesis of rhamnolipids. To further explore the reason for the difference in structure, relative genus expression was evaluated. The ITRL-AB gene is responsible for encoding rhamnol transferase 1, which catalyzes the synthesis of monorhamnolipids, and ITRL-C is in charge of the biosynthesis of dirhamnolipids. As shown in the figure 4, the expression level of two genes in AO were obviously higher than NO. The expression of ITRL-AB in aerobic condition was downregulated around 61% at the end of fermentation, compared to that of at 48 hours. Additionally, there appeared an upward trend in the expression of ITRL-C in CH1 on aerobic condition, and that may be why the content of dirhamnolipids in NO was low. To evaluate and compare the surface activity of rhamnolipids produced on aerobic and anaerobic conditions, the surface tension of two products with gradient concentration was determined to work out the critical micelle concentration. Meanwhile, the stability of two kinds of rhamnolipids in temperature, salinity, and pH was evaluated as well. As shown in the figure 5a, the CMC value of AO was about 100 mg per liter, and it exhibited a great stability in the wide changes of temperature and salinity, and the surface tension of AO remained below 33. As shown in the figure 5b, the CMC value of NO was about 40 mg per liter, which was obviously lower than that of AO, and the NO displayed a high stability, the same as AO. The phenanthrene and the pyrene were chosen as representatives of low-ring and high-ring polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons to compare the solubilization effect by AO and NO2 products. As shown in the figure 6, the solubilization concentration of phenanthrene was sustainably enhanced with the increasing concentration of two rhamnolipids products, and there was a sharp increase in the solubilization rate of phenanthrene by rhamnolipids produced on the anaerobic condition. 1000 mg per liter NO revealed an outstanding solubilization ability of phenanthrene, which up to 193.14 mg per liter. That was 3 times higher than AO and about 149 times higher than water. It's worth to note that the solubilization ability of phenanthrene by rhamnolipids produced under anaerobic condition is excellent compared to some previous reports. For AO, the solubilization effect on pyrene was proportional to the concentration of AO. As for NO, the solubilization effect on pyrene improved during the range of 10 mg per liter to 500 mg per liter and reached the balance at the 500 mg per liter. The solubilization abilities of pyrene by AO and NO at a concentration of 1000 mg per liter were enhanced 80.5 times and 52.8 times compared to water. To better understand the aggregation behavior between two kinds of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and the rhamnolipids under different concentration conditions, the particle size of aggregation of corresponding solution systems were investigated. As shown in the figure 6, the aggregation size witnessed a dramatic decrease when concentration of rhamnolipids increased from 10 mg per liter to 200 mg per liter and they remained around 200 nanometer. Meanwhile, the solubilization effect also turns obvious gradually, which means that the particle size of aggregation between polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and rhamnolipids tended to be smaller when the solubilization phenomenon occurred. The high viscosity of heavy oil quite limits its application. Fortunately, biosurfactants could effectively reduce the viscosity of heavy oil by forming oil in water emulsion. Hence, the reduction effect on the viscosity by water set as a control. AO and NO was compelled. As shown in Figure 7, the viscosity would decline with increase in temperature. The results indicated that AO could efficiently reduce the viscosity of heavy oil, even at a low temperature, which do exert powerful effects on transportation of heavy oil in pipeline. Since the conventional transport process usually consumes a large amount of thermal energy to realize the reduction of viscosity. Through the whole research, we can find that there exists obvious difference between two products in the structure and the properties. The rhamnolipids produced on anaerobic condition exhibited a better surface activity, especially on the solubilization of phenazine, and both two products could effectively reduce the viscosity of heavy oil at 20 degrees. Furthermore, the rhamnolipids produced under aerobic condition was capable of efficiently reducing the viscosity even at a low temperature. That's all. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Li Jiajiang from Zhejiang University, and Ms. Li Jiajiang is here with us now. How are you?
I'm here.
Can you hear my voice? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very nice that having you here in our mini session. So before to the discussion, I would like to conclude the presentation that Ms. Li Jiajiang,
comparative analysis
wait
of
a moment.
rhamnolipids produced under different oxygen conditions and their promising
Sorry.
prospecting.
So the study is try to compare the properties and structure of the rhamnolipids produced under the aerobic and anaerobic condition, and it is found that the anaerobic, the aerobic condition was able to efficiently reducing the viscosity even at the low temperature, as far as I understood. So it's really interesting. So maybe is there any question from the audience to Ms. Li Jiajiang? Maybe Pak Agus, do you have any question, Pak? Okay, otherwise I have a question. So you said that the, I mean, it's related to what I said before, that the AO was capable to efficiently reducing the viscosity. Is that due to the better surface activity as in your conclusion?
No. Actually, the surface activity means a lot of aspects, like some emulsification and solubilization and the foaming. And the AO just, in the research, AO just could effectively reduce the viscosity in low temperature, and that cannot mean the surface activity of it must be good.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we have a question from Pak Edidong. Can you just open your mic and ask the question directly? Pak Edidong, we cannot hear your voice, Pak. Or you can drop your message. One moment. Pak Edidong, maybe you can drop your question in the chat box because we cannot hear your voice. Maybe you have a trouble with your audio. Okay, Pak. We still waiting. Pak Edi Dong? Edi Diong? Okay, I think Pak Edi Diong is having trouble because we can see the microphone is on, but we cannot hear the voice. Meanwhile, maybe I have another question to Miss Li Jiajiang. So can we conclude that the oxygen is very important, especially from the bioscientists in this topic?
Yeah, I think it is a topic key because we can find that most microorganisms just can grow in the aerobic condition, and they couldn't grow, or they will grow. They have a poor growth in anaerobic condition, and the microbes we used in
2016, an MOU was signed between the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of Korea and the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Affairs of Indonesia. In May 2018, the implementation arrangement was signed. In September, the MTCRC was opened at the Itebe Cirebon campus. Afterward, we are continuing various activities for the construction of the boat Ara, supporting the accident of Sriwijaya Air Flight, and planning for the installation of a marine chemical analysis lab. The MTCRC is jointly operated by the KIOST, the leading marine science and technology research institute in Korea, and the Itebe, the top science and technology university.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. We are very sorry for the technical issue. Maybe we can wait a bit, 1 minute.
Can I continue my answer?
1 minute. In 1 minute, we can we wait maybe 10 more that been with us. Okay. Okay. Otherwise, you can continue what I was asking you.
Okay. Thanks for. As I mentioned, that the microorganism CH1 used in this research was a facultative microbes, which means it can grow under both aerobic and anaerobic condition. And currently, most research is focused on the production of rhamnolipids in aerobic condition. So I want to conduct it in a different oxygen condition. And if this is successful, it may broaden the application of the rhamnolipids in some anaerobic surroundings like sediment, bioremediation, and core flooding. Okay.
Okay, it's very nice topic. I mean, I'm not so to chemical, but it is very interesting. Thank you very much, Miss Lydia Jiang. We will come back to you if we have more time to discuss. Okay, so oh, Pak Edi Diong, do you have any question? Okay, Miss Lydia, from your result, would you say that rhamnolipid produced under anaerobic condition is more efficient for bioremediation than those produced under aerobic condition?
First, I want to correct your response from Didi. And yeah, the rhamnolipids produced under anaerobic conditions is more efficient in the solubilization of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, not bioremediation.
Okay.
And according to previous studies, we can find that the solubilization ability of my product is outstanding, and we compare the result. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Li Jiajiang. So we can move to the next presenter. However, we have listed that Hao Wang and Xiaoling Le have not sent us the video, and I think both of them are not here as well with us, so we cannot conduct the presentation or discussion with them. So we can move to the next presenter, that is Pak Eko Susilo. Pak Eko Susilo is from Balai Riset and Observation or Observasi Laut. The presentation is the response of phytoplankton abundance and environmental variables in Bali Strait, Indonesia. The operator, would you share the video? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the MSAT 2021 committee who give me an opportunity to present my research activity in this seminar. Today, I will talk about the response of phytoplankton abundance and environmental variable in Bali State, Indonesia. My talk will cover the phytoplankton community in Bali State and its response to the environmental variable. This research is funded by Institute for Marine Research and Observation KKP. Bali State is a small pelagic ecosystem and already well known as have been affected by the monsoonal and regional climate process. During the southeast monsoon, the upwelling process become more intense and lead the nutrient-rich water from the bottom layer to the surface layer. The large number of nutrient availability enhance the phytoplankton abundance and become a feeding area for upper trophic level. Here, phytoplankton provide a food source for both upper trophic level, such as zooplankton, larvae, juvenile, and also fish. We found that some previous study conclude that the abundance of Bali sardinella, or in a local name we call it lemuru, which is the dominant fish gate in this area, rely on plankton variability and its distribution. This fish creates phytoplankton and zooplankton for their main diet. It is my first study in Bali State where the phytoplankton data are linked with the in situ environmental variable to develop a prediction system using an addictive model. Later on, we call it GAMS. Recent studies suggest that this model was more widely used for modeling habitat of the marine biota, such as the habitat modeling and fishing ground of small pelagic fish and also tuna species. The application of GAM for plankton was documented first time by Wibawa in 2012, who modeled abundance of diatom by using additive model based on remote sensing dataset. Later on, myself in 2016, using the same method to model the abundance of zooplankton as well, but we know that most of the study using remote sensing data as a predictor variable. The objective of the present study are to assess the response of phytoplankton abundance and environmental variable in Bali Strait by using generalized additive model. Ladies and gentlemen, this study was conducted in Bali Strait, which is a semi-closed water which are located in between Java Island and Bali Island. This strait is generally shallow in the northern part, about 50 meter depth, and going deeper in the southern part of the strait, reach more than 200 meter depth, or maybe 1,000 meter depth. Bali Strait is already well known as a small pelagic ecosystem and Bali Sardinella habitat. The Bali Sardinella habitat, the Bali Sardinella catch contribute up to 80 until 90% of the total production of pelagic fish in this area. The phytoplankton sample collected in Bali Strait is during the March until December 2013. We identify the plankton group and genus referred to Yamaji. At the same time, we measure in situ environmental variable, which describe the oceanographic condition on the sampling site, including salinity, pH, nitrate, phosphate, chlorophyll A, and silica. Then we use the stepwise gum procedure, was performed by using the gum function in the air environment. We applied the Gaussian distribution for two groups of phytoplankton, diatom and dinoflagellates. Following this equation, the alkaline information criteria or IEC and deviant explain or DE value were used to determine the best model. Now we are going to the result of this research. First, the composition of
recording in progress in the near future. ITB has been developing its cutting-edge research through the 102 research groups from 12 faculties and schools, 24 centers, 7 research centers, and 5 centers of excellence. To date, ITB has also established 104 startups, 315 intellectual property rights, and 137 innovations. In the spirit of In Harmonia Progressio, ITB alumni have worked and excelled in various fields and sectors. For instance, Insinyur Soekarno as the first president of the Republic of Indonesia, B.J. Habibie as the third president, Iskandar Ali Shahbana.
Dinoflagellates in this area is about
Hello again, everyone. I'm really sorry for the technical
Recording
issue.
in progress.
We are going to play again the video of Pak Eko.
First, the composition of phytoplankton was dominated by diatom and dinoflagellates. There are about 35 species or more than 55% of the diatom that have been identified with the Rhizosolenia slaughterforti and Rhizosolenia alata have the highest abundance, while the Coscinodiscus and Chaetoceros and also Thalassiosira sp are the most frequently identified species, while the Istima nervosa and Diplones sp were also can be found all the time but have the low abundance. We also identify about 24 species of Dinoflagellates in this area. It's about more than 37%. Pyrophacus and Pyridinium pararellum have the highest abundance, while the Pyridinium sp, Pyridinium ovatum, and Serapium sp are the most frequently identified species. We find that during the upwelling peak period, in September until October, we find all the species of the phytoplankton were identified with higher abundance compared to another time. This condition correlated with the nutrient enhancing that can trigger phytoplankton growth. Upwelling evenly the nutrient enhancing from the bottom layer to the surface layer. The large number of nutrient availability enhance the phytoplankton abundance and become a feeding area for upper trophic level. Stepwise gum model also show that each predator variable has a different influence on phytoplankton growth. Based on the IC and the value, we found that the diatom are influenced sequentially by the nitrate, silicate, pH, chlorophyll A, and phosphate, while the dinoflagellates are influenced sequentially by the pH, silicate, nitrate, phosphate, and chlorophyll A. The selected model explained about 38 deviant using two variables for diatom, with the lowest IC value 288, while the dinoflagellates model, the selected model explained about the 35% deviance using three variables with the lowest IC value 328 respectively. Both phosphate and chlorophyll A variable have less influence on the phytoplankton group. All of the continuous predictors were found to have some smoothing term significantly on this, indicating their contribution to the model fit. Smoothing curve of GAN plot indicated that the distribution range within 95% confidence interval. The narrow confidence limit indicate high relevance, and wide confidence limit indicate low relevance range of distribution. The confidence interval are fairly large on the outer side because the number of samples is also very low. We find some explanation from the previous research that the oligotropical like ballistate is mostly nitrate limited. The nitrate concentration in ballistate range from 0.1 until 2.8 milligram per liter, with an average value about 0.7 milligram per liter. These nitrate concentrations are ballistate until now. The spatial distribution of nitrate tends to be higher in the southern part. In addition to nitrate, diatom additionally requires silicate for constructing their fluid. Of a wide range of environmental conditions, diatom dominated when the silicate concentration is above 0.002 milligram per liter. Here, in contrast, the pH value reached the lowest among the September and October and started to increase from June to June. We observed that pH value range from the 8.2 until 8.4, with the average value is about 8.3. Here, many diatom species are known to be relatively resistant, but the number reduced drastically with any further decrease of pH. Finally, I want to conclude my preliminary research here. The first one is that the abundance of phytoplankton reflects the level of nutrient-rich environment. Both of diatom and dinoflagellates have significant response on nitrate and silica variable. These macronutrients are the most important nutrient element needed by the phytoplankton to grow up, while phosphate and chlorophyll A have less influence on both the phytoplankton group. Rhizosolenia, Stolterophorpi, and Rhizosolenia alata have the highest abundance from the diatom group. Meanwhile, Pyropagus sp and Pyridinium parallelum have the highest abundance from the dinoflagellates group. The last one, this preliminary studies can be used to develop prediction system to support the sustainability ecosystem management, especially in ballistate. I think that's all my talk for today. Any comment, discussion are welcome. Once again, I say thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Pak Eko. And Pak Eko is here with us now in our mini session. Thank you, Pak Eko, for staying with us.
Terima kasih.
From the beginning, yes. So, is there any question from the audience? Pak Agus Setiawan mau bertanya, Pak?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, one question from Sulis. Ibu Sulis, silakan Ibu Sulis, please.
Ya, good afternoon. Terima kasih Bu Rima.
And thank you, Pak Eko, for such an interesting presentation. I have a question about the conclusion that you mentioned that the phosphate and chlorophyll has less influence on phytoplankton. Is that correct? And in the last conclusion, yeah, maybe could you please explain that more? Because what I understand is that chlorophyll is actually produced by the phytoplankton. So I don't really understand about that. So maybe could you please explain more? Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Sulis. Pak Eko, would you like to answer?
Yes, it's a good a question here. That's based on our analysis and model. We found that the phosphate and chlorophyll is give lower significant value coefficient. That's why we categorize that the phosphate and chlorophyll A is low influence on this both phytoplankton group. This is a good idea also that chlorophyll A is exactly represent the phytoplankton abundant in the area. In remote sensing approach, we usually using chlorophyll A to represent the phytoplankton abundant. I think that's all my answer.
Okay, thank you, Pak Eko. There is another question from Bu Yayu Sugianti. Bu Yayu, would you like to open your mic or should I read your question? Bu Yayu, okay, I will read the question. Mr. Eko, from your study, that is the results that phosphate is the higher concentration in creating alga bloom. So where is the source of phosphate come from? Please, Pak Eko.
Yeah, in the research we don't analyze where it's come from, but as we read some previous study that the Bali state is have what we call it indirect upwelling processes coming from the Indian Ocean. So in this case that we assume that all of this phosphate coming from this upwelling event. Although we can also find some study that this nutrient coming from the land, but we don't analyze where it's come from. So it is a good idea also to find the source of the nitrate or the phosphate source.
Okay, thank you, Pak Eko. I have a short question, Pak Eko. So as far as I know that the Bali Strait is, Bali and Lombok Strait is known as well the area of the internal tides. Do you think that internal tide also could affect the nutrient contribution in that area? Because as we know that maybe the internal tides could bring the nutrient up to the surface. Thank you, Pak Eko.
Yes. Maybe I correct your statement, but the not internal tide, maybe the internal wave. And as far as I know that internal wave only occur in the Lombok Strait, not in Bali Strait. That's my comment, but we don't know have any information about the internal wave in Bali Strait.
Okay, thank you, Pak Eko. So, Pak Agus, yeah, one last question from Pak Agus.
Yeah, one short question. Pak Eko, about the productivity in Bali Strait, do you also have already tried to analyze the relationship with the solar radiation? So it means that the factor from solar radiation also will influence also the productivity in this area.
Terima kasih Pak Agus, lama tidak ketemu ini. In my previous study, I using remote sensing data. that one of the variable is PAR, that is reflected the solar radiation for the photosynthetically process in my previous study. And now I focus on the nutrient variable. That is it and in the previous study, and now I try to explore the in situ variable.
Okay, thank you.
And for the PAR in my previous study is a good relationship with the phytoplankton and zooplankton abundance.
Thank you, Pak Eko. Yes. So we can move, the oral presenter, we have finished the presentation, and now we are moving to the flash presentation by Winking Era Rintaka from Graduate Program in Marine Sciences, IPB, University Bogor, with the title Analysis of Suitable Site for Seaweed Aquaculture Development in Indonesian Sea with the application of numerical model data.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we'll share the flash presentation. Bu Winking, would you mind to share from your computer?
Okay, okay.
Because you just sent us the new one.
Okay, yes, I'm a share. Hello? Okay.
Or maybe you could just directly present, Bu Winking, in 3 minutes.
Yes. Yes.
I think we have trouble with your video.
You can see on my video. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Widya Era Rintakasiwi and my partner is Berlianti from IMRO. My title is Analyze the Sustainable Site for Seaweed Agriculture Development in Indonesian Sea, Case Study EFMR 713 with the application of numerical data. Seaweed is an excellent product for the mariculture in Indonesia. President Jokowi's commitment to rely on the industrialization of the national seaweed of the positive and strategic step. President has stimulated President Regulation 233 2019 constant national seaweed industrialization roadmap. UN concrete data 2019, the value of Indonesia export in 2018 increased to 130,433 tons, more than 80% of the total volume export in the world. One of the strategies to increase seaweed production developed by Directorate General of Aquaculture, Ministry Marine Affairs Fisheries, in extensification to increase the potential for underdeveloped land. It is estimated that there are around 840,000 hectares of the effective underdeveloped land, the seaweed mariculture in Indonesia.
The potential area of seaweed mariculture is currently recorded at 1 million hectares, and the utilization rate is only less 25%. The aim of this study to conduct the spatial analysis sustainable from the development of seaweed mariculture using numerical model data based on multi-criteria evolution in the EFMR 713. This is this area. This area is EFMR 713. And the data used includes bathymetry take from a topo 5 with a 5 minutes temporal resolution. Physical data include wave height, current velocity, temperature, salinity, brightness data are obtained from the output of the Copernicus Marine Environment Monitoring Services with a spatial resolution of 1/12 degree. Water quality chemistry data include pH, phosphate, nitrate, ammonia with a spatial resolution of a half degree from the output of the Siemens model. Analysis of the sustainable seaweed mariculture in the study used the MGS spatial technique. MGS spatial technique before used the Max Quincy 1990, Nart et al. 2000, and the Sousa 2012. This is a weighting parameter of the sustainable seaweed mariculture. Physical geography has 0.9 and the water quality weighting of 0.1. The sustainable of seaweed mariculture from the submodel physical geography in the bottom picture and in the picture and the water quality in the bottom picture. The physical geography model and the water quality model overlay, and the result is the right picture. The blue picture, the blue color is not sustainable. The green color is sustainable, and the yellow color in the sustainable, and the red color very good sustainable. The potential area of seaweed mariculture in EFMR 713 is 63,125 kilometers square, or 13.12% of the total area in EFMR 713. I'm sorry. The total area in EFMR 713 is 481,500 kilometers square. This is a very good sustainable and very little part utilization, so that it is open to be developed for seaweed mariculture, and this method is very sustainable from the rapid assessment of the seaweed mariculture. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Ibu Winking. So I will give you one question, or anybody want to ask to Ibu Winking one question before we move to the last flash presentation. Is there any question? Yes, Pak Agus, please. Agus?
Hello.
Okay. Oh, Bu Penny, would you like to ask? Yes,
yes,
one last question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Hello, Miss Era.
Hello, Mr. Penny.
Miss, not Mr. Miss.
Yeah, Mbak Penny.
Mbak Era, I want to ask you something about seaweed, because you know my research is also about seaweed, but we do a different approach about seaweed. Your research about the land suitable, and my research about information system, but there is a similar kind of our study about land stability. I want to ask furthermore about your research. Do you, besides you consider your parameter about water quality, do you consider about social economy parameter? Because in reality, seaweed marine culture, seaweed cultivated is cannot be separated about the people around the coastal. The almost the research of about line stability, I think they are not considered about how the suitable seed can be planted on there, and consider about the people around the land. So maybe for further for your future research, you can consider about the people, the seed, and everything about seaweed factor, because it's very important to encourage seaweed business, mostly in button up side. Thank you, Miss Era. Thank you, Miss Rima. This is my question, my asking to Miss Rima. I think it's enough. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Mbak Penny. This result, my study is the rapid assessment, the method of rapid assessment that fast time with a lunch area. It's not parameter in the sewage parameter from the water quality, from the physical sonography, and another parameter not be used, because we only use the data from the reanalysis from cements. We are only use from physics and geography data, and the water quality, only 5 parameter. It's not parameter. Maybe in the next step is the data is ready, we can use complex data, not the physics, geography, and water quality. Maybe the social aspect is very very important too. Thank you very much, Mbak Penny, atas masukannya. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bu Wingking. Okay, now we move to the last flash presentation from Marcia Rugebrecht. Operator, please.
Agak susah.
Thank you for the time for me. My name is Marcia Rugebrecht. Now I want to present my poster about polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon (PAH) compound. Thank you for the time for me. My name is Marcia Rugebrecht. Now I want to present my poster about polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon (PAH) compound in seawater of Cimandi River Estuary, Pelabuhan Ratu. The author is Edward Helvinalis, Rugebrecht, and Opia. Polycyclic aromatic carbon (PAH) is a polycyclic aromatic organic compound that is toxic to human and aquatic organisms. This research aimed to determine the level of pollution of PAH compound in seawater at the estuary of Cimandi River, Pelabuhan Ratu. This research was conducted in April 2017 by survey method. Seawater was sample taken using a water sample at 15 research stations. The level and type of pH compound were determined using gas chromatography, mass spectrophotometer, and pH source with individual ratio diagnosis. The results showed that seawater in the Cimandi River estuary are still relatively clean from contamination of PAH compound. The type of PAH in seawater at estuary of the Cimandi River is dominated by naphthalene compound, namely PAH with low molecular weight. PAH contained in seawater at the estuary of Cimandi River comes from various sources like oil spill, burning petroleum, and combustion of organic compound. postpart nutrient level, temperature, pH, salinity, and dissolved oxygen level are still following the criteria set by seawater quality standard for marine life. While nitrate are higher than this criteria, silica do not have a threshold value set in seawater quality standard. pH content in seawater oxygen material for estuary relatively small and still within the criteria for marine organism life set by the State Management Office of Life Environment. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ibu Marsha. However, Ibu Marsha cannot join in this room. So I think this is the last presentation in our room. We can thank you again for everybody who has been here with us today. So we are going back to the main session for the another important information about the best presenter and best participant. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you for the time for me. My name is Marcia Rodrek. Now I want to present my